smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is August 9th, and it is 91 degrees out. A little bit humid, but not too bad. But 91 degrees today. Oh, it's a hot one. And I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're in shade, that you're not in direct sunlight, that you're able to be in air conditioning, because we're not in France, we're not in Europe, and you are allowed to have air conditioning because they don't believe the world will burn because you're going to have a little bit of air conditioning. Although Zoran Mandami here in New York City doesn't believe that you should be able to be as cool as possible. He wants to keep it around 80. Your air conditioner should be around 80 because Zoran Mandami doesn't like you. But anyway, that's another thing altogether. We've got quite a show today. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, a little bit about AOC, the Democratic Socialists of America, the 2026 midterm elections. We'll be talking a little bit about what's happening over in the Middle East because, yes, there's even more news on what's going on in the Middle East and how it will affect America, the global food crisis, and how that is going to affect everyone until 2027. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So we've got a lot of news out there that I want to cover. And I do see a few people having some comments here. And throughout the show, you are welcome and invited to make a comment. Not that I'm old, not that you don't like me. I don't care about that stuff. Don't tell me I'm ugly, because that's just a lie and you know it. No. But if you want to have a conversation, you want to talk or ask questions about any of the political issues today or in the last 40 years, I'm happy to have that conversation with you because you're my audience and because I believe in the First Amendment. The First Amendment that says that you have the right to ask questions about your government and any government, and you are the most important part of the government. And that's why we have these conversations. And that's why I reach out for 9 years now, that we have been reaching out every Sunday across the entire world to hear what you guys have to say about the various issues that are going on. We're going to keep that tradition going. Now, I do want to say hello to Chuck and Donna. I know they were leaving a comment before the show started. I hope you guys are having a great day. Florida is very hot today, so please be careful. I know Bronner is here with us. Hey, Bronner, good to see you. I'm glad you're here. And I think that brings me up to date on some of the comments. Now, of course, you can do a super chat. You can do a Rumble rant. We are on X. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube and Rumble, obviously, and also on Instagram. I'm looking forward to your voices, folks, to let me hear you. And of course, a super chat, a Rumble rant will reach us a lot faster. So just let me know. But we're going to go right into the show today. Now, I have to say something before we get started, something that pissed me off before the beginning of the show today. And I just want to bring it up real quick. It's a little bit inside baseball kind of thing, but at the same time, it is something I think is important. It's about censorship and the internet. And what you can see here right in front of you, I was pissed off. If you guys saw the thumbnail that I have on Rumble, on Facebook, I think you can see it on Twitter as well, maybe even on Instagram. I tried several times to make the thumbnail, which was going to be members of the DSA throwing knives at a map of the United States. You know, I'm throwing a knife into Minnesota, a knife into New York State, and in particular New York City, a knife into California, into the bluer than blue strongholds. That's what I wanted as the top part of my thumbnail. And on the bottom, on the right-hand side, I was going to have a black kid wearing a dunce cap in a classroom. Now, and the left is still the WNBA and the men who are trying to join it. Now, that's not a big deal. I mean, those are three different news stories. They're political in nature. There is a reason for each of them. They are actually national news topics, each and every one. But for some reason, X said, nope, that's racist. It's racist and it's violent, so you can't do it. What? Because the DSA members were throwing knives at a map of the United States, which is an interpretation of their political ideology and what they're saying right now. So that pissed me off. So I said, okay, great. I'll change it. The knives are too violent. I'll make it that the DSA is burning a map of the United States. Still too violent. Changed it again, said, hey, okay, the members of the DSA are burning the Constitution. Again, this is what their ideology, this is their stated goal. They want to destroy the Constitution, which effectively destroys America. I said, okay, do that. Nope, still racist, still violent. I finally got the version that you can see now that I used. I had to make several changes. Couldn't mention that it's a black kid, but if I had kids getting a failing grade in our classrooms, because they are, well, that was okay. But if I said black kid, well, no, that's racist. Well, black kids are the ones who are being affected the most. I had to change the DSA into ripping, can't burn, can't otherwise destroy, can't destroy America. They had to rip the Constitution. It's ridiculous. Come on, guys. It's censorship. There was nothing about what I was portraying that is in any way dangerous. There are countless memes and videos and statements by politicians that are far worse than my little thumbnail image. It's really stupid. I just wanted to bring that up because it pissed me off. And Elon Musk, you should do better, because that's just pure censorship for no damn good reason. No reason. But, I just wanted to bring that up to you guys because that just annoyed me. All right, I'm going to jump in. So remember, folks, as we talk about the DSA today, keep in mind that AOC, all of her answers this week, apparently this weekend, are because she's hyper emotional. And that's because she's taking hormone injections because she's going to be freezing her eggs. Did the public need to know any of that? No. Should it have been private? Yes. Is it her right to tell the world that she's freezing her eggs even though she's a bit old for that? Absolutely. But by the way, because she is saying that, she's open to critique because she brought it up, no one else. And I tend to believe, maybe the ladies out there, maybe have a different opinion than me. One, I think this is fishing for empathy. I think this is a way that AOC gets empathy and money from women and Democrats, women in general, to get empathy from them, and to get donations from them. She's just like you. She's freezing her eggs because that's a procedure that costs at a minimum, $10,000 and averages about $20,000. And that's without being a big name mega star, a celebrity like AOC is. So she's probably spending upwards of $30,000, maybe $50,000 for this procedure. I could be wrong, could be 10,000. She may be going the cheap route. I doubt it, but it could be somewhere between $10,000 to $50,000. And guess what? The single black moms, the single white moms, the single Hispanic moms in the New York 14th district, that's in the Bronx and in Queens, they don't have an extra $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 just laying around so that they can freeze their eggs. They just don't got that money. That's just not that isn't the district. That isn't the average American. But she wants to get sympathy. And I believe that she will get a lot of sympathy from a lot of women who are going to give her money because she's suffering so much that she has to freeze her eggs because she can't start a family. She could. There are many, many women in Congress that got pregnant after they got elected. There are many of them. So she could get pregnant if she wanted to and still be a member of Congress. No one's stopping her. Again, as women say, being pregnant doesn't mean that you're invalid, doesn't mean that you can't do anything. She could, if she wanted to, get pregnant and she could still be a member of Congress, but she wouldn't get as many votes. She wouldn't get as much money because now she's suffering, or at least she wants you to believe that she's suffering. I don't take it that way. I just think that she's going to be hyper emotional because she artificially increased the amount of hormones in her body. So she's going to be a nut job on top of her natural status as a nut job. I don't feel sad for her whatsoever. So that's a little bit about AOC. She's manipulating women on this process. And again, I think, by the way, AOC, you're getting a little bit too old to be freezing the eggs. Right now, you should be actually unfreezing the eggs so that you can actually have a kid because you're getting old and you're not getting younger. So there is that. But I don't want to go into women's bodies, women's choices. Go ahead, knock yourselves out, do whatever you want. But I'm bringing up AOC specifically because maybe the fact that she was so hyper emotional is explaining why she's now stabbing the DSA in the back, while she's flip-flopping so much. It's amazing. It is insane. And I think it's the hormones that she's injecting into herself, that she is both absolutely in favor of democratic socialism, but yet not in favor of many of the democratic socialist candidates across this country. She's been throwing people under a bus, like Wisconsin governor candidate Hung. She threw her under. She won't endorse her, and she threw her basically under a bus in talking to This Week, the political Sunday news show program, and she won't endorse her and says, I don't know about her campaign. Yes, you do. You have an entire staff. That's their job, to know everyone, all of the candidates in the DSA, to know where they stand, to know their positions. You do know about her. You just don't want to step into that mess. You know that Hong is making the DSA and all the Democrats look bad with her. We can't support Thanksgiving, can't support Christmas, got to abolish the police, abolish prisons. She's just too open about what the DSA wants to do. And so she's being hung out to dry by Democrats and especially the Democratic Socialists. Bernie Sanders put her out to dry and said he's not going to endorse her because he doesn't know anything. Bernie Sanders, you have an entire team. You're a senator. You've been traveling around the entire country pushing the message of socialism with AOC. And you've been going to hotspot after hotspot of the DSA. You know her. You just don't want to step into that political hot potato. You just don't want to mess with it. Be honest with everyone. She's just damaged goods. Be honest. But they won't be honest with you, because if they did, it would be bad for their political career and for the career of their party, which is taking over the Democratic Party. And if there's any Democrat that thinks, Mike, you're wrong, the DSA, the socialists aren't taking over the Democratic Party, let's have that conversation, because everyone in the universe knows that is happening. And I feel bad for rank and file Democrats. You didn't get a word in about this. No one asked your opinion. You're just meant to comply and go, well, they're blue. Vote blue no matter who. Oh, the socialists now control the Democratic Party. Doesn't matter. They're blue, so you got to vote for them anyway. The fact that you don't agree with defunding the police, abolishing prisons, letting every one of those criminals, the people who've been sexually assaulting women and children, to let them back out on the streets, and by the way, to still deny you the right to have a firearm, to defend yourself, to defend your family, your kids, your property. Oh yeah, that's a smart idea. But they're blue. They're Democrats. They're on the Democratic line. So you gotta vote for them, even though it means you're going to put yourself as a woman. Women and their kids will be in danger for voting for these people. You're going to put yourself in danger, and you're expected to vote for them anyway. Because, oh my God, you might be MAGA. You might want to make sure the bad guys who have been convicted stay in prison. Oh my God, how could you do that? That is so MAGA. That is so Republican. That is so conservative. Oh my God, I can hear the authoritarianism coming down the road, because you want to keep prisoners, especially those who sexually assault women and children. You want to keep them in jail. Oh my, that is 1930s Germany all over again. Is it not? It's stupid, folks. It's just stupid. But so this is AOC. She's on ABC News, and she's talking. I want you to just hear a little bit of what.
By the way, just a quick definitional thing. What, in your mind, is the difference between socialism and communism?
I think, to me, the fundamental differences, there's many.
She's right. There are a great many differences between communism and democracy. It's mind-blowing, the number of differences. Do I think AOC knows what any of them are? No. But we'll find out.
Yeah.
One prevailing one is democracy. And I believe that democratic socialists are fundamentally pro-democracy.
Wait a minute. The democratic socialists, who, as part of their national goal, their message, their documented, printed, and stated goal, is to destroy and remove the Senate, to remove the presidency, to remove the Supreme Court, to burn the Constitution and write a new governing document for the nation. That they believe in more democracy, in getting rid of 2/3 of the government as it exists, is more democratic than socialism. I'm sorry, that sounds exactly like the old Soviet Union. That sounds exactly like China. That sounds exactly like what Venezuela used to be, what Nicaragua is now, Cuba, North Korea. Every socialist country, which is authoritarian, because they all eventually always become authoritarian, they all sound exactly like that. It's got nothing to do with democracy. She's literally got to be on hormones, and she's out of her mind. I'm going to say it's because she's trying to freeze her eggs and she's on the hormone supplements. She doesn't know what the hell she's saying, because that is demonstrably, absolutely a lie. Let's go on, hear what else she has to say.
And we believe in the ballot box. We believe in respecting the outcomes of elections.
They respect the outcomes of elections, but they don't respect the input in elections, because the DSA, like Democrats, are against voter ID. That 81% of America, 81% of America. That's the Democrats, that's the Republicans, white, black, Hispanic, men, women, every group in America, by an overwhelming majority of at least 3/4, want to have voter ID. That's what everyone in America has agreed on. In every single poll going back 5 years, this is consistent. And the only people who don't want it are the Democrats, and in particular the DSA. They don't want it. They think it's wrong. So they'll agree with the outcome when it's the outcome they want, because remember, they were screaming when Trump won the first time. When Hillary lost, they were screaming that it was unfair. They were screaming in 2024 when they saw that Kamala Harris had lost. They weren't happy with the results. What's her name? The big fat one down in Georgia. Oh God, Stacey Abrams still hasn't conceded her losses to this day. She has never admitted that she has lost a race yet. You want to talk about Trump? Stacey Abrams still won't admit that she's lost, and she still blames it on racism, even though more black women came out to vote in Georgia than ever before. It was historical, and she still lost. But that's racism. Okay. So here we go. AOC again saying something that is categorically untrue and proven by history. Again, I think it's because she's on the hormone supplements and she's out of her mind. But you tell me.
And governing democratically and ensuring that the ideas and policies that are implemented are won through popular vote. And
wait a minute, the popular vote says, again, voter ID. That's a popular vote. The American people do not want to get rid of the Supreme Court, nor do the American people want to expand the Supreme Court. Democrats want to expand the Supreme Court so they can fill it with more Democrats so that they can override the will of the people and to subvert the Constitution. The DSA want to get rid of the Supreme Court entirely. The American people don't want that. So you can't tell me, AOC can't tell us that she wants to, have the American people and represent the people while she is dictating what is happening in our government and destroying the freedom of choice that American citizens have right now, that she wants to replace with her party having control and making the decisions for you. She wants her party, the socialists, to micromanage your life. And she's perfectly fine with the decisions of her party, not the decisions of you as an individual. Those are two very different things. But let's see what else she has to say here.
Popular opinion. And so I think that's why so much of what we focus on is also making sure that we are providing for the majority of Americans, guaranteeing health care.
Wait a minute. Your job isn't to provide for the American citizens. If I remember, it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is no guarantee anywhere in the Declaration of Independence or in the Constitution. There is no guarantee of anything. There is no obligation that government must feed you. Government must take care of you. No, that's on you. You still have to live your life. You still have to make choices. You still have to live with the consequences. It isn't the job of the government to do that. That's called micromanaging. That's authoritarian. And she makes it sound like it's a good thing. It's a good thing that the government will protect you and take care of you from cradle to grave, that it will make all decisions for you in your life. You will be safe. You'll never have to make a decision because government, especially her socialist government, will make every decision for you and you just have to comply. See, that's the nice way of saying you're a slave. She wants you to be a slave. She is suggesting that you should submit yourself to slavery under the Democratic Socialist Party and put her in charge of that, to give her power of you as a slave. She wants to be your slave owner. That's what the DSA is offering. That's what the socialists are presenting, and they're packaging it beautifully. I got to give them that. They are making it sound attractive. But stop for a moment And it doesn't matter. You don't have to be a Republican. You don't have to be conservative. You don't have to like me. Stop for a second. Take away your emotions, which she is counting on, which she is dependent on. The DSA, the Democrats are dependent that you are absolutely tied to your emotions and that you cannot think separate of them. Detach yourself from your emotions for 30 seconds and think through what she just said, and you'll see that I'm right. That what she is talking about is enslavement, not freedom, not protection. This is government control over every aspect of your life, and you have no choices about it. That is what she is offering you, and she's making it sound nice, but she's counting on the fact that you never stopped to think about it. I did. And that's partially because I've actually lived in Moscow. I have actually lived in the Soviet system. Unlike AOC or Bernie Sanders, for that matter, or for pretty much everyone who's in Congress right now, I've actually lived day in, day out for a year and a half, lived in the Soviet Union. Not as a sponsor. I didn't get sponsored by the Soviet government. I wasn't there as part of some political exchange. I was there for business. I was working. I had a job. I was working for an international business. And I was there when I saw the RFGC, the hardline communist assets, which included Putin, trying to take over the Soviet government when we had, that's back when we still had Gorbachev and Yeltsin hadn't taken over yet. Yeah, I was there. That was 1991. I believe it's before. I don't think AOC was even born yet when I was living through that moment and living through what socialism actually is, not what she wants you to feel like it could be. I lived through what it is, day in and day out, and it's nothing like what they're promising. But they make these promises all the time. In every country, everywhere that they try and get a foothold, they make the exact same promises on the exact same issues, and they never come true. Not once. Not ever in the history of mankind. Not once in the history of mankind. And they just don't want to admit that. Okay, let's hear the rest of what AOC has to say here.
Raising wages, strengthening the right to a union, and I think that that's at its core what we're about.
Are you still in?
That isn't what the DSA at its core is about, because they're not about unions. They're about government control. Remember, what is it Mandami says? He wants to increase the government. Well, there is no problem, too big or small, for government to take care of. That's Mandami's words himself after he got elected. They changed their, it's really interesting. After they get your vote, the DSA, the socialists, they say very different things, and they show more of themselves after they get elected than before. Before they get elected, it's always about the rainbow. It's about the sugar. It's about the easy life that you're going to live. And after they get the power, well, then it's a different story. Well, now you got to work for it. Now you got to obey. Now you have no freedoms. Now you have no choices. You must do what they say, and they don't have to be nice about it anymore. And when you say, well, where's my rainbow? Where's my candy? And they go, you didn't earn it. You don't earn that. But that's another thing altogether. So that's a little bit about AOC. I wanted to bring that up. That's coming out today. And so expect that for the next, I don't know how long the process is to get your eggs frozen. It's several injections. So it's at least a week or two, I would imagine, maybe longer, that she's going to be completely emotional and out of her mind. Not because she's a woman, but because she's taking hormone injections, and she comes up with lies like this because of it. I'm trying to give her an out. It could be that she's just an idiot and she's lying to the public. I don't know which one it is. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt of medication and drugs that she's on, and not just her natural vile nature. But you can tell me if you think I'm wrong on that. Okay. We're going to go over to the international news in a moment, but that's basically the breaking news, the news that just came out this morning. I wanted to cover that a little bit. We're going to be talking about the DSA a lot more, about El Sayed and Chevalier of the New York 13th District. We'll talk more about them later on in the show. But before we get to that, we're going to obviously talk a little bit about the international, but I do want to check on some of the comments here because I do think I have a question that was asked of me. So I know Chuck and Donna are watching the show, and Bronner mentions that he hates censorship. And then he does ask the question, what do you think of Tucker Carlson's party idea? Again, folks, I wasn't kidding. This is an interactive show. There's certain things I want to talk about, but you are more than welcome to ask me any question throughout the show. And of course, you can do a super chat or a Rumble rant, which will make me aware of your question a lot faster. And I need the money anyway. So to be fair, but this is actually coming from Chuck from Long Island. And he says, so what do you think of Tucker Carlson's party idea? Tucker Carlson, for people who don't know, I think I'm going to speak about it a little bit later today. He's working with MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Thomas Massie. These are all individuals who used to be, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie used to be members of Congress. They have lost their seats. They are out or on their way out by January 2027. None of them will be holding positions in government. Tucker Carlson himself used to be with Fox News. Now he's independent. Okay. So these are a bunch of individuals that were part of bigger, more powerful organizations and now find themselves adrift because of their ideology. And they are now saying, well, we're independents. They're not. None of them are independents. Thomas Massie is a libertarian. That's not an independent. Marjorie Taylor Greene is conservative, which isn't independent. Tucker Carlson is essentially a centrist. He's more of a conservative centrist. He's center-right in his position, and they may be upset with the Republican Party, but they're not independents. But they are saying, well, we're going to have a third party, and we're going to be independents. So they're representing themselves as something that's not true. I'm not upset, though. They want to create a third party, and they think they can compete against Democrats and Republicans, against the Working Families Party, which is basically the progressive movement. And they want to go up against the Conservative Party and the Libertarians and the Greens. Fantastic. Let them. I don't support them. I don't. They are isolationist, at least so far, based on everything they've been saying, everything Tucker Carlson in particular. He's a figurehead of this movement at this time. They lean towards anti-Semitism, which I do not agree with. But you could say they just hate Israel. They just hate Jewish people. I say it's anti-Semitic. Some people just say, well, they just don't agree. I don't agree with them on that. I think they are isolationist in their point of view. They want America to be an island all into and of itself. We're the superpower of the world. We don't get to be an island politically, physically, economically. We don't get to shut off the rest of the world. We lost that ability in the 1950s. That's just not a reality. So they're asking for unrealistic things. They have unrealistic expectations. And I don't think that they're coming from a genuine place. A lot of it is because they're pissed off because they lost power. They got embarrassed. The public have basically moved on. So part of it is they're bitter with the government. They're bitter with their colleagues. And they're bitter that they don't have the sunlight that they used to have. So you put all of those factors together and the smaller issues about some of their policy positions, which I don't agree with. They are pacifists, which I'm not a pacifist. I don't believe in pacifism. I don't think that's an effective or useful way for a government to run. Now, if you as an individual If you want to be a pacifist, knock yourself out. I think it's stupid. I think it's going to wind up hurting you. But if you want to be a pacifist, knock yourself out. Be a pacifist. That's your choice, your life. Deal with the consequences. But as a nation, nations can't be pacifists. Can't. Their obligation to their people, in and of itself, prevents them from being pacifists. Can't be. And then when you add in the fact that we're not just a first world nation, we are the superpower of the world, we don't get to be isolationist or pacifist in any way, shape, or form. It's not realistic. So what do I think about? So to sum that up, Tucker Carlson is more than welcome to have a third party. And I hope he's as successful as he possibly can be. I'm being serious. I want him to be as successful as anyone could possibly be. If he's as big as the Democratic Party, fantastic. And we have a three-way race every election and everything, fantastic. I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's a reality, especially not in the time frame they're looking at, which is 2028. Not going to happen. I don't think that their core beliefs are as popular as they would like to believe they are. I think that their ground rules, as they've set them so far, are weak and not in the best interest of America. So that's where I stand on it. Will I stop? Now, perhaps the biggest question is, would I, given the power of the universe, would I stop Tucker Carlson's third party? Would I stop him, MTG, Thomas Massie from making a political movement? No, I would not. I may not help them, but I would never stop them. I absolutely believe they have the right as American citizens, and they have they have the right to try and get other people that believe what they believe to have their voices heard. No problem. Let them speak. If you're asking me, will I support them? No. But I won't detract from them either. And I will give them the due respect of individuals who, like Thomas Massie, I respect Thomas Massie. I respect MTG. I even respect Tucker Carlson. They are accomplished individuals. They are knowledgeable individuals. They are people to be taken seriously. I would respect that. Do an interview with any of them in a heartbeat, any day of the week. But if they ask me for money, I'm not going to get it. If they ask for endorsement, I would never give it. They don't need me in particular, of course, but that's the example. My point, though, is I could not get behind that. So I hope that answers your question, Chuck. I know it's a little long-winded, but there's a lot more to it than just, do I think Tucker Carlson's got a good idea? There's more to it than that. There's a lot more involved in it than that. And the sad thing is the mainstream news media keep trying to oversimplify important issues that affect hundreds of millions of lives. And we need to, when something is serious and it's complex, we need to take the time to have the conversation because it's serious and it's complex, rather than to try and oversimplify it and you're not really saying anything and doing anything at that point. No, so I hope you don't mind. Yeah, I'm a little long-winded, but I gave you a full answer because you're my audience and you deserve it. Bronner goes on to say, let's see, Bronner says, AOC said whoever invents a ship that runs on wind power will make billions of dollars. I mean, I just read that first sentence. Whoever makes a ship that runs on wind power. That's just so stupid. I get what she's trying to say, but I also understand history. And come on, AOC, you've been in Congress for 6, almost 8 years now. You know better than this. You know how to say these things. And she goes, she's never heard of sailboat or Vikings. I know. She's not a very smart woman. She really isn't. She had been trading on the fact that she was young and cute, not beautiful. There are dozens of women in New York City that, actually there are thousands of women in New York City that are Latinas that look as good or better than AOC on any given day, walking down the street every single day. She's not that stunning a beauty. She's just not. She's a 6 out of 10. That's about it. And if you think, Mike, that's just not right, you haven't been in New York City. Come hang out in New York City. We can hang out in the Bronx and Brooklyn. We can go around in Spanish Harlem. I'm not kidding. She's a dime a dozen in terms of looks. In terms of intelligence, she's a nickel a dozen because she's just not very smart. But that was a big thing for her, is that she was young and she was cute. Well, she's gotten older, so she's not so cute anymore. And she's gotten older, so she's not young anymore. She's still younger than the average person in Congress, true, but she's not young anymore. And so now she has to reinvent herself, which is the process she's trying to do with Bernie Sanders right now, trying to take over the mantle of being the socialist in charge of Congress. I don't think it's going well, but we'll see. Let's see. Bronner goes on to say, non-interventionism is not isolationism, nor is it pacifist. I don't see a functional difference. And you're right. Let me be clear. You're right, Bronner. There is a very big difference. There technically is a difference between non-intervention, which means, for those who are not familiar with the term, it just means that the United States won't be involved in the politics of any other country. So it doesn't matter what country it is, doesn't matter what the issue is. If it's not economic, the U.S. will not be involved in their politics, their daily life, their anything. And that is an impossibility. That is just, it's not even realistic. It's not even close to realistic. The world is integrated. The United States, movies are political propaganda pieces, whether you want them to be or not. And I'm not talking about the latest stuff that's been coming out of Marvel for the last decade. I'm not talking about the new wave of woke movies. I'm talking about, you can go back to Casablanca. You can go back to the 1950s, the 1940s. Wizard of Oz. These are political movies. They are selling the message, the idea of America. That's our entertainment. Every aspect of entertainment. Michael Jackson was huge propaganda for the United States on the success of America, the way of our lives, the integration we have between different races and different peoples, the opportunity that someone who grew up dirt poor could then become the king of pop of the world. It is a massive message about America. We are absolutely intervening, and other nations are intervening with us, even if we didn't want to. It wasn't just Russia that was involved in the 2020 election. Every nation in the world, to varying degrees given, but every nation in the world tries to influence every election in America, or every presidential election. Not necessarily smaller races, but sometimes that too. But generally speaking, the presidential race, yeah, every country in the world tries to have some kind of influence. That would be Russia, that would be China, that would be every nation on the face of the earth, because there is no such thing as being non-interventionalist. The world is connected. So, yeah, does it mean pacifism? That is an implication that is implied in non-interventionalism. And it is also a consequence of non-interventionalism is pacifism. But we are the superpower of the world. The world, like it or not, has relied on the United States to resolve conflicts globally. That's been going on for over 50 years. Many people may not like that, but that is the way the world is run. The superpower, whether it's the United States or someone else, is responsible for quelling disputes internationally. The big ones, not the little ones, but the big ones everywhere in the world. That's just human nature. So again, it doesn't have to be liked. It just is what it is. So I understand your point, but I think you can understand mine. Hello, Danny. Thank you for being here with us. Hope you're having a good day. Let's see. Hal's in. Hey, Hal's with us. And Hal says, I tune in and you're talking about AOC's looks. No wonder your ratings are so low. Really, Hal? Really? See, you missed everything I was saying before and after and why I was saying that. But that's okay. You know what? I can take the hit. It's all right. It's part of a full conversation, which you missed. And as you admit, you showed up late, so you don't understand the context. Okay. But if you show up late and I'm in the middle of not of explaining something, and especially something that was asked of me, then yeah, you're going to be lost no matter what. And you can say, well, Mike, that's why your ratings are so low. No, I think it's because of censorship. It's because I'm a black conservative, and I have been, and I'm very outspoken, and I'm not usually wrong. Not that I'm perfect, but I just tend not to be wrong. But I'm also very much not in line with the Democratic Progressive movement. And actually, I stand as a stark opposition to their ideology. I literally, my existence, like Larry Sharp, another example, and Larry Elder, another example, and Thomas Sowell, yet another example. We're black men that literally break the ideology of the left on what a black man should be and how we should act and how we should think and what happens when we are independent and think and we're not on the reservation of the left. So yeah, they don't like having successful, strong-willed, intelligent black men that aren't Democrats or progressives. They can't stand it. And so they suppress the channel, which means, folks, the way we deal with that is hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, but most of all, like, hit the share, hit the subscribe button and get us to 5,000 subscribers. That's all. 5,000. I'm not greedy. So there we go. Let me see. And we got another comment here. Our Bronner says our founders were largely non-interventionist. Largely being the operative word, mostly, in other words. They were largely or mostly non-interventionist, which is not being non-interventionist, because you can't be kind of, sort of. It's either you're a non-interventionist or you're not, which means they weren't. It's not a slippery slope. It's all or nothing. When it comes to intervention, being involved in the politics and the culture and the cultural exchange of other countries, it's either you do it or you don't. If you don't, you build up a wall, you become China in the Middle Ages, and you try and isolate yourself from the world. By the way, that didn't work. But you could try it, but it won't work. Hey, Joel's with us. And Joel just jumped in and said, hi, everyone. My work schedule has interfered with my live viewing of the show. Don't worry. You know what? If you can't see it live, you can always watch the show afterwards. I'm perfectly fine with that. I love you guys when you support the channel, no matter how you support the channel, even when you're questioning me or challenging me, like Hal does from time to time. I don't mind. What good is liking, sharing, and subscribing if you're being suppressed? That's a good question, Hal. I'm glad that you asked it, because we can break the algorithm. See, the algorithm tries to hide people like me, whether it be Larry Sharp, me, Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell. They try to hide us and trying to not let the public know. But we can break through. If people actually share, if they subscribe, we break through the algorithm and we reach more people. Once you break out, the algorithm doesn't know how to react to that. Just the other day, as an example, and I showed it on this channel about 2 weeks ago, I had a short video, did 600,000, 550 to be exact, 550,000 views on Instagram. It got 100 views on YouTube. Why? YouTube doesn't want anyone to know that black Republican conservatives exist. They don't want people to know that. Instagram, I broke through. I reached to be more accurate, 550,000 people. 550,000. on Instagram, and that had fewer viewers than I do on YouTube. And it got to 500,000, legitimately 500,000 views just on that one. And several, that entire week, I had like 10,000 per video, each short that I did. We can break through. And when we do break through, we reach more people. Now, mind you, the algorithm corrects itself and tries. If we aren't able to keep up that pace, they shrink. If everyone doesn't hit the subscribe button, well, then the algorithm comes back in, pulls the curtain back down. This is how the government lies to you. This is how they can do things like what Dr. Fauci did. Because the second that you speak up, as I did back in the 2020s, and you can look at the videos, they suppressed that voice. Why? You have to obey. And they were actively trying to shut down everyone who was saying anything different. And they never corrected the algorithm. You fell on that list. Oh, you were a denier. Oh my God. You didn't believe that an experimental medication is safe for everyone at all times under every circumstance, and that there's no kind of side effects whatsoever. Because historically, according to the history of mankind, there is no medication that doesn't have a side effect. I mean, that's science for you. If you want to have science, that's science for you. So, that's why it's important that people subscribe, because we can break through. And once we break through, well, then we make more impact, and they can't take it away from us. It's like gaining knowledge. Once you have the knowledge, no one can take it from you, ever. So that's why. I hope that answers your question. Phil is here with us. Thank you, Phil. Bronner says, the left hates Thomas Sowell, probably because he understands economics and they don't. True. That is absolutely true. And that is one of many reasons, besides the fact that, again, Thomas Sowell, like Larry Elder, like Larry Sharp, like myself, we represent black men that don't conform and actually oppose the ideology of the left. What the left says a black man must be, Larry Sharp, Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, myself, we don't represent that. We represent, in many cases, the exact opposite. And what they say is what would happen if you oppose the plantation, if you aren't a democratic socialist leftist, well, then everything in your life will fall apart. And yet all four of us prove that's not true. And there are other people. There are Devory Darkins, and a few others. I mean, we're not the only ones, but there's a few of us out there. We're getting through. We are getting through, piece by piece. Okay, let me move forward. I wanted to show you a little bit of something that was a little different. Hang on one second. And we'll come back to the comments in a little bit. Of course, remember, you can always super chat. You can always rumble rant, because I could use the money. And it does help. And it honestly does help the channel, because I got events I'm trying to get to, and it's expensive. But I wanted to bring you guys up to date on some of the international stuff that's going on. Now, this came out roughly about 1 p.m. in the afternoon today. Yemen, the Houthis, one of the three major terrorist organizations under the control of Iran, that's Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. The Houthis have been trying to rise up. They've been trying to gain the attention of Iran. See, Iran, because they're running out of money, because of the conflict with the United States, and the fact that Iran can't sell oil because they're blockaded, and China, their biggest client, can't buy oil from them readily, they're having their economy shrunk. And so they've had to cut back. And they know, as part of the deal, the United States is putting one of the few things that the United States has tried to get Iran to agree to, is that there would be less money available to support all of the terrorist puppets. And Iran, the IRGC, picked Hezbollah. which is the biggest, the oldest, and pretty much the strongest of the three puppet terrorist organizations. And they basically told Hamas, go hang yourself. You're going to be off on your own, and you have to figure out life for yourself, which is why we no longer see so much of the ceasefire attached to Israel and Gaza. It's basically, yes, Israel's still involved, but Gaza's on its own. Iran is basically throwing them out to the wolves. And they were doing the same thing to the Houthis, who are absolutely dependent on Iran for money and munitions to be able to continue to fight the civil war that they've been fighting for 20 years now, 15 years now, that they have been fighting in Yemen. And so they need the constant backing of Iran for weapons and for money. So they're trying to impress Iran, it would seem. And they've been trying to back up Iran in terms of bombing shipping out in the Red Sea. And it's had some mixed impact. But I find it interesting that we see today that the Houthis are attacking their own people again. Not that they stopped, but again, they're showing their terrorist route, that at the end of the day, America doesn't really matter. If it weren't for the fact that they were protecting their sugar daddy, which is Iran, Yemen's going to blow up civilians. And that's what they were doing. As you can see here, this is coming from the Associated Press. Earlier today, the Houthis were attacking Saudi Arabia, and they were attacking their Yemeni citizens, their neighbors. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Why are they attacking their own people? They supposedly are angry at the United States. So the answer is attack their own people? Attack Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia isn't attacking Yemen. They're not attacking the Houthis. The Houthis are attacking them. Now they may respond, but up until this point, no. Saudi Arabia wasn't attacking the Houthis. In fact, Saudi Arabia has been being held back from attacking Iran, as Iran has been attacking Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and also Oman. So really, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, except terrorists do what terrorists do. They don't care. They will attack anyone and everyone who doesn't believe what they believe. And they're willing to kill anyone. They're monsters. The Houthis are monsters. And yet we have so many people on the left that are trying to prop these monsters up. They're attacking their own people for no good reason, just because they don't believe what the Houthis believe. That's a silly and stupid reason, because people pray a slightly different way. It's not that these are other Muslims that they're killing, because the Muslims around them believe slightly different things than what the Houthis think. They're willing to blow them up. And they're trying to get into a war with their neighbors, Saudi Arabia. Why are you attacking Saudi Arabia? Your problem's in your home country, Yemen. Why are you attacking Saudi Arabia? Oh, because that might help Iran. Well, the problem between Saudi Arabia and Iran has nothing to do with Yemen, except the terrorists want to be terrorists. It's really sick and sad when you think about it, but that's not the way it's usually explained to most people. And it's really important. And Phil mentions, Yemen is a tragedy. It's true. It is a tragedy. It's one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world. The Sudan is far, far worse. There is a genocide, an actual genocide. I know people like to toss around the world. It's a genocide. They're genociding people. No. The Sudan is a genocide. That is what genocides actually look like. That's not what's happening in Gaza. The population of Gaza over the last 40 years has increased 500%. 500% in the population. The population in the Sudan is down, I believe it's about 65%, if I remember correctly. They have tried to genocide all the people in the Sudan. Again, it's religious, but they've been trying to suicide them or genocide them for the last 20 years. This is the third time they've been trying the current civil war. And yes, there is a current civil war in the Sudan as we speak, Darfur again. And there is religious. This is the third one in 20 years, and it is a genocide. And when I say genocide, I mean population is being whittled down by over than 50%. And again, this is the third time in 20 years. That's a genocide. Gaza isn't. You may not like what happened in Gaza. That's fine. You may think it was overly zealous. Absolutely. It's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. People love to use words that are inappropriate to get emotional reactions. It's just wrong. Bronner goes, here he goes. I knew someone was going to say it. Gaza is absolutely a genocide. No, it's not. No, it's not. You can say it's atrocity. You can say it's devastating. You can say it's horrible. You can say it's unfortunate. It's overkill. You can call it a lot of things. Can't call it a genocide. It's not. It's just not. And to call it that is to invite more emotion that is misplaced, to give it more emotional weight that it doesn't deserve, which only clouds the issue. Again, you don't have to like that. You don't have to want to agree with that, but it isn't. Darfur is a genocide. That's a fact. The difference between what's happening to the people of Darfur and the difference of what's happening to the people in Gaza, incredibly different. Incredibly different. I believe Mogadishu also was a genocide. Very different circumstances. Again, that doesn't make what happens in Gaza good or fun or innocent or that it didn't happen. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's not the same thing. And to properly understand the difference is important, because when you don't, you get manipulated. And once you're being emotionally manipulated, you agree to things that you probably shouldn't. And you get outcomes that aren't good. Let's see. Israel kills babies in Gaza. That is unintentional. That isn't genocide. And the Palestinians kill Israeli babies, as we know. October 7th. They did so in a large swath, and they have been doing so for decades. In fact, they have given up the opportunity, the Palestine. They have given up the opportunity several times, at least 5 that I can think of off the top of my head. 5 times they've been offered having their own statehood, internationally recognized statehood. And they have refused because the leadership, Hamas, and the Palestinian Authority before them wanted to kill Israelis, including babies. Wanted to kill them more than be independent. They don't care about their own people. The government, the Hamas, they don't care about their own people. You can lay a lot of atrocities down and say, Israel, they're full of atrocities. And I can point directly at Hamas, and I can show you the same exact atrocity happening at the same time, sometimes before, sometimes after, but usually at the exact same time that you can point to and say, Israel did this. Yeah, and Hamas did it too. At the exact same time. They're not good people. You want to say that they're all bad people? Fantastic. But it's, again, not a genocide. That is a term that is used now to emotionally manipulate people, to shut down discussion, to eliminate objective reasoning on what is happening, and to bias people into a certain outcome. But babies are dying. They're dying on both sides, and they have been for decades. And they're dying. Babies are dying in conflicts in Haiti right now. I don't hear anyone screaming about that. Babies are dying because of the oppression of the Nicaraguan government, where the Nicaraguan people cannot vote. I don't hear anyone screaming about that. So let's put it all in perspective. Let's put it in perspective. Again, I'm not, and by the way, I'm not upset with anyone in my audience for disagreeing with me or to point these things out. But I want you to also understand I have a different point of view. I'm not emotional about this. For me, this is not emotional. This is me talking about it as it is. And very often I'll take a snapshot of what is happening, and I'm trying to give you an idea of what's happening in that snapshot and then try and piece together how it fits into the rest of the world. But it's complicated, and I don't let my emotions really get involved. Because when you get your emotions involved, then you stop seeing what's actually happening and you see what you think is happening, which aren't the same thing. Let's see. Mike, have you spoke about the Mecca Defense Agreement yet? The Mecca Defense. Are you talking about the deal with the United States having a defense pact with Israel? Something that we have with 22 other countries. What we've done, and I know a lot of people for a very short period of time, and it's the reason why you don't hear about it anymore. You notice everyone on the left, they were saying for a hot minute, they were like, oh my God, the United States has been taken over by Israel. The United States military is now controlled by Israel, and the United States military is going to be fighting at the direction of Israel. That was going around the internet for a hot minute. It was a complete lie, complete garbage, balderdash. And that's why you heard about it for a minute and then it disappeared. Yes, we have a pact with Israel. We have many of them, but we have a military, basically in a military alliance, much like we do with 22 other countries, including almost every country in NATO and several countries outside of it. It's not new. It's not something unusual or different. And no, America isn't Israel doesn't control America. Israel doesn't control our military. Our military isn't beholden to Israel. Anyone who says that is manipulating people for a political agenda. They have a goal in mind. It's not true. It's no different than 22 other pacts that we have, mostly with NATO nations at this time. It's not unusual. It's not a big deal. And people who thought it was a big deal, they realized once they actually talked to anyone and thought about it, said, oh my God, it's not anything new. It's not anything different. And that's why you don't hear about it anymore, because it's embarrassing to those guys who said, oh my God, America's being taken over by Israel. And now everyone looked at the document, looked at the law that got passed, and they realized that's not true. That's a complete lie and misrepresentation of what happened. And that's why they stopped talking about it. So, yeah, I had talked about it like 3 weeks ago when I think it was 3 weeks ago when it became law and was passed by the Senate. I talked about it then. Let's see. Phil says, yeah, I remember in the 90s, there was a genocide in Darfur. It wasn't just in the 90s, but yes, in the 90s as well. A lot of people hopped south, hoped South Sudan becoming independent would help. South Sudan can't become independent. They don't have the resources or the capabilities. I know a lot of people were thinking that it's not self-sufficient, so it can't do it. But yeah, that was one of it. Let me go on to some of the other comments. I think Israel is trying to move a lot of Palestinians out of Gaza. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. For a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons. In particular, because they don't trust Hamas. And Hamas are made up of mostly Palestinians. They don't trust Hamas, so therefore they don't trust Palestinians in general. And they want as wide a berth as possible between them and Hamas. You don't have to like it, but I understand the logic. And that doesn't mean that they're doing it the best way possible, but it also doesn't mean they're doing it the worst way possible. It is not unintentional, Mike. Israel targets children and Hamas targets children. It's not unintentional. Yes. And the kids in Nicaragua are being targeted directly. The kids in in Haiti are being targeted directly. The kids in Darfur and in Sudan are being targeted directly. The kids in Laos and in Thailand are being targeted directly. There are at least 30 different nations in this world right now where children are being directly targeted, oppressed, and killed at this moment that the average American citizen never considers and doesn't care about, doesn't think about at all. And I am aware of many of them, not all of them, not all the time, but I follow international news on a regular, deep basis. And it just pisses me off when people want to say, but this one conflict is so much worse than everything else in the world, when it isn't worse than everything else in the world. And it isn't the way that people are projecting it. Again, you don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. And you can say that this is something that you find objectionable, but to blame just one side when it isn't one-sided, and to say that this one conflict is so much worse than everything else in the world, it isn't. And that doesn't move me. It kind of annoys me when people go, but it's the children, Mike. Yeah, and what about the children everywhere else? No one gives a damn about them. So I don't like that argument. I don't use, you notice, I never talk about the children. Why? Because I don't talk about the children in the other 30 countries around the world that are facing the same, if not worse, conditions every single day. I'm not going to do that. I'm not picking and choosing. I'm not ranking them. Again, and I don't mean to come off mean. I'm upset because of the children being hurt, not because of the conversation. Nor am I upset because anyone in my audience brings it up. It's that we have been programmed as American citizens, regardless of your political ideology, to use images, messages from one side or the other, especially when involving children, to put up a wall to our opponents and say, no, you have to agree or else. Think of the children, do what I say, comply. And I get it. It's very compelling. It is very compelling, but it is almost always not correct. It is almost always incomplete. And so that's why I reject that, because it's just an emotional manipulation. But the children, yeah, there's children everywhere around the world in all kinds of situations that are so much worse. And we don't talk about any of them. What about the kids who are being sold into slavery every day? What about the 40 million people who are slaves right now? More slaves in the world than in 1860. Slavery didn't end. We just gave it a new name. We call it human trafficking. We have child trafficking. We don't call it child slavery anymore. We just call it human trafficking now. We gave it a nicer name. It's still there. It's just as bad. In fact, it's worse than at any other time in the history of mankind. And I do talk about that from time to time. Why don't we talk about that? Because it's unpleasant. And because no one has an answer for it. No one has an answer. And that's the problem. So that's why I don't get into those. That's why you don't hear me say, but the children, yeah, I know, the children on both sides. Users been banned says, I'm really wondering about how the mecha defense, come on, stop. I'm going to be moving back into the rest of the show in a little bit, but hang on. I'm wondering how the mecha defense agreement between the Turks, Pakistan, and the Saudis will affect things like, say, NATO and the alliance these other nations are part of. Feels like a World War I setup of an attack leading to triggering a bunch of defense pacts. Okay. I'm not familiar with what you're describing as the mecha defense agreement. So I can't respond accurately because I may know it as something else. In fact, I thought you were speaking about something else when you mentioned it before, which is about the U.S. and Israel. But I may be misunderstanding what you mean. A defense agreement between Turkey and Pakistan and the Saudis, they don't like each other. I mean, like, they viciously oppose each other. They have very different political ideologies as well as religious views, especially with the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis have the same, I forget whether it's Sunni or Shia, but I believe it's Shia. They have the same religious belief as Iran, which is exactly opposite of everyone else in the Middle East, which means that the Saudi Arabia doesn't want to work with the Saudis, with the Pakistanis at all. And the Turks are in an entirely different point of worldview than either of them. So I need to know, I need to see the Mecca Defense Agreement before I can say more, because it doesn't make sense, because the nations you're talking about, those three nations, hate each other and have no real positive relations between them. They're antagonistic amongst each of them. So I need to look that over. I don't know. Danny says, last I recall, the UN voted Palestine didn't get statehood because the US and Israel voted against it. Actually, several countries voted against it. Palestine didn't want statehood. They have never wanted statehood. Every time they have been offered statehood, they have said no. Because they don't want statehood. They want Israel destroyed. And again, that's not the people. You can talk to the Palestinian people, and I'm sure many of them would be happy with statehood. I'm sure there are many Israelis who would be happy with a Palestinian state. That exists. We're talking about the leadership, which would be Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, which is dedicated in writing, in action, in words to destroying Israel, not to be statehood, not to be a nation state in and of itself. That's not the purpose of Hamas. That's not the purpose of Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iran. They don't want another state. They want Israel destroyed. There's an entire difference there. Massive difference. So, yeah, and the statehood, you can't have a two-state solution when one of those two states don't want to be a state. They want to kill you. You can't have a two-state solution. It doesn't work. And that is the situation that we are in right now. And no one likes to frame it that way, but that is the reality. The reality is you can't have two states when one of those two states just wants the other one dead. That's the only thing they care about. That's what Hamas, again, people may have a different point of view, but the people aren't in charge. Hamas is. Hamas wants Israel dead. You can't have a two-state solution. It can't happen. Americua says, do the Houthis still control the capital of Sina? Last I had checked, and to be fair, I haven't checked recently, not in the last year, but last I had checked, which was 2024, yes, they still had control. But I know it's volatile, but and I think it's like they control half of the capital city, not the entire city, but half the city is controlled by the Houthis, the other half by the Yemeni government, and they're constantly fighting back and forth. And that was true, last I recall, definitively was 2024, and I believe that's still true today, but I could be wrong. Let's see, user has been banned, mentions the Mecca Joint Defense Agreement, trilateral mutual defense pact signed by 7 in this year. Oh, wow. 2 days ago in the holy city of Mecca, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan. I didn't know it was just signed. I'm not familiar with that bill whatsoever. I would have to look over that treaty. I'm not familiar with it. Thank you for mentioning it. I didn't know. I knew nothing about it. It's not big news. You're right. You say it should be bigger news. It should be. It's not. Because I haven't seen any news about it. I haven't seen anyone, any political pundit talking about it. I haven't seen any international news on it. So, and I'm pretty well versed on that stuff, and I'm just not seeing it. So I could be wrong. Bronner says, Bronner, just because I criticize Israel and recognize they are practicing genocide, it's not genocide. There is in no way excusing others who are doing it. I didn't say you're excusing anything, Bronner. And again, this isn't personal. I'm not speaking. I understand this is something you said. I'm speaking to a much larger audience through your question. And you're not the first person who's made these statements, both to me and in general. So please don't take it personally. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the subject. There is a difference, and I want to make sure that's clear. And I'm not angry, nor am I upset with you asking the question or presenting the situation. I'm just trying to make clear that I think it's somewhat of a false question, and that it isn't the most preeminent thing. And I understand people go, but Mike, it's got to be. But it's not. And that's the difficulty I have in trying to convey, no, but there are bigger issues. And there are more issues. And these are complicated issues. And just to lash out at any one side for something both sides are doing without other factors involved, it doesn't work. And far too often, people, not necessarily you, Brana, people often, and I hear this a lot from the left, will use children as a shield for everything that's done. And you'd be amazed how many people who support, many of them in Columbia, in Harvard, a lot of the colleges, they use the fighting between Israel and Hamas and the death of children and women, which sometimes is misrepresented and misreported on purpose by Hamas. And that's also been proven. International news media have proven that Hamas lies on a regular basis and says that every single man that Hamas will lose in their military units are reported as women and children every single time. Not to say that there aren't women and children, but they magnify the numbers. They lie about the numbers because they know they get sympathy, because it's a hot button issue for a lot of people. I get it. But knowing these things, knowing these lies, knowing that it's being used as a hot button, I can't fall into that. I have to step back and say, for when I'm talking to you guys, as much as possible, not to say I'm perfect, I have to step back and go, okay, I know it's a hot button issue, but is there a bigger way to present this or more involved in this? Because if I get into just the emotional aspect of it, then I just lose my mind. I mean, if I was just being emotional, I'd say nuke Gaza, but that's me. Bronner changes it up and mentions, speaking of human trafficking, why haven't any of the flock cameras caught any of them? Who says they didn't? It's what they report. Remember, we don't get to see what's on the flock cameras. They may be catching all kinds of crimes. They may have, in fact, found a bunch of illegal aliens, which would be defended by Democrats, by the left. They would actually protect, and they would want to suppress the flock camera recordings of actually showing illegal aliens in America, human trafficking in America. They would protect that because they protect illegal aliens at all costs. They protect human trafficking at all costs. That's a consequence of having open borders. That's a consequence of welcoming, with no precondition, illegal aliens. Human trafficking is a consequence directly of that. So they probably are getting recordings of that, and it's getting suppressed. But Bronner does get that this isn't personal, because I don't get personal like that. And thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that and understand that, Bronner. Logic, Danny says, it seems like both states want the other destroyed. It's just one has the backing of the U.S. military while the other one doesn't. The main question to me is, who's stealing the land from who then? Well, it's a complicated question of, And you go back in time, and then they go back in time, and then you go back in time. It's constantly going back in time, thousands of years, on the argument of whose land is it? And you can have the same argument about whose land is America. Is it, did we buy it? Did the American Indians have it? Which American Indian tribe? Blah, blah, blah. You can go back on these things hundreds, if not thousands of years, which is why I don't do that. Essentially, the winner, this is the way I simplify these kind of things, because you can go back eternally in history to times that we have no knowledge of, that there is no written word about, that we don't have accurate data on. So the simplest answer is, for me, is who won the land? Who was the last winner in the battle for that land? Doesn't matter when that last battle was, but when that last battle for that particular disputed land happened, who won? In terms of when we're talking about Gaza, we're talking about Israel, we're talking about the Middle East, the last definitive winner is Israel. And the land that Israel took is theirs. Therefore, it's their land. Doesn't matter who owned it beforehand. I don't care how ancient the land is and who owned it in, 5,000 BC. Don't care. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That's just a thing people say to make themselves feel good and make their side, their position sound important, but it doesn't really matter. No one cares. Who won the last war? The person who won the land the last time, the most recent winner, that's their land. Why? Because land is controlled by conquest. If I take the land, I'm the owner. Doesn't matter who had it before. Well, you stole it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whether I stole it, whether I bought it, whether I own it, doesn't matter. I fought for it. I bled for it. It's mine. And unless you're willing to either buy, unless I'm willing to sell it, or you have the ability to force me off of it, it's mine. Period. Full stop. Done. So let's stop with the silly arguments about, well, back 50,000 years ago when there was woolly mammoths walking across the earth, no one cares. No one cares. But you should care about that. No, I shouldn't, because it's meaningless. It's absolutely meaningless. But that was indigenous people's land, and they lost. So who cares? And guess what? Whatever indigenous tribe you will mention about owning that land, there was someone else before them that they fought and killed to take that land. True everywhere across the world. Every landmass, everywhere there's a nation, always true. Somebody was there before you. The people we now recognize somewhere in history, fought and won. That's how it became their land. You can say they stole it. You can say they were mean, bad, cheating. Doesn't matter. That's the answer. So the answer is, whose land is it? Whoever won the last war. In this case, Israel. And therefore, it's Israel's land. Simple. Don't like it? A lot of people don't like that answer, but it's the true answer. They were the most recent ones to bleed and win. Then it's theirs. Bronner says, when Trump said Haiti is a shithole, the left said that was racist, but he was right. And it's not racist. It's not racist to accurately describe a socioeconomic situation, which isn't positive. It's bad. It's incredibly bad. Yeah, he was not wrong. They just didn't like it. And so to distract from the fact that it is a political and economic shithole, they said, oh, it's racist because they're brown people. Well, yeah, but it's still true. Going on, Bronner says, when Trump said he was deporting Haitians, the left said that's bad because you can't deport them because Haiti is a shithole, but you can't call it a shithole. Yeah, you can't. They're playing both sides at the same time. Exactly. They know that it's right. If Haiti isn't a shithole, then why are the Haitians here? They've been here for 15 years. Send them back. In fact, they've been here for 15 years. They were only supposed to be here for 18 months. Send them back. Send them back to their country. If they want to become an American citizens, then fill out the paperwork, go through the process, become a naturalized American citizen, give up your Haitian citizenship. If you don't want to do that, go back to your home country. You now have American money, the experience of working in America. You have a leg up against all the other Haitians. Go back to your country, rebuild your country, and make it beautiful and wonderful and whatever you think it should be. Get out of my country. Get out of America. Become an American, not a Haitian American. Become an American or go back to your home country, in this case, Haiti. One or the other. You don't get to sit in the middle and go, well, I'm going to just stay in America and I'm going to use America. No, screw you. Get out my country or become part of my country. One or the other. And people are afraid to say that. I don't know why. It's like, oh my God, but you can't say that. Why not? Why not? I've never heard a good argument. Why can't you say that? Let's see. A user has been banned says, I think it should go all the way back to SPQR. That would be the Romans, the ancient Romans, if I remember correctly. Not the Greeks. When you're going to SPQR, which are Roman numerals, if I remember correctly, and I have no idea what that year actually is, but that would be ancient Rome, if I'm remembering it right. I don't care about what happened in the ancient times. I care what's recent. Who was the last winner? The last winner, that's your land, period. Simple. Back to flock cameras. Excuse me for a second there. The question on flock was rhetorical. Oh, okay, I didn't realize it. But it seems to me those who support flock cameras would be proud to tell everyone how they're catching actual bad guys. I would think so. Absolutely. In terms of flock cameras, user has been banned, says they violate 18 USC 2261A. I don't know that one. I know a few of the statutes of US Code 18, not section 2261A. Is a federal statute, federal stalking statute, criminalizing interstate stalking and cyber stalking when done with an intent to kill, injure, harass, intimidate, or surveil a person. Let's see. Causing fear of death, serious bodily injury, or substantial emotional distress. I do not believe flock cameras apply to that. I do not believe. I understand the idea behind it, but they would not appeal to that, because when you're thinking of a flock camera, they're not, while they are surveilling a person, they're not stalking a person. They're stationary. The person is mobile, and it's not focused on any one individual. You go into and out of the field of view of that flock camera. So it's not surveilling you. You come into its field of view. So it's not a surveillance. Again, this is the argument legally about that. And it's not with an intent to kill, injure. It's not meant to harass. Again, it's not about you individually. The flock camera is there. You come to the flock camera, and the flock camera isn't coming to you or following you. You come to it. So it's not to harass or intimidate. And it doesn't cause fear of death. A flock camera doesn't cause fear of death or serious bodily injury. And it's even difficult to say that they cause substantial emotional distress. So 18 USC section 226 1A would not be violated legally. I understand the argument would not stand up in a court of law. Danny says, the only thing I fear is humans will never evolve past killing each other over land. Hell, people kill people for things far less important than land. We've been doing that since forever. That's human nature. It is a component of human nature. We kill each other for all kinds of things. Land is actually something substantive. That's actually something that's, there. It's substantive, as opposed to the ephemeral feelings that people die for every day for no damn good reason. It's kind of sad. Danny goes on to say, it's interesting to observe theft is seen as immoral, but conquering is not. Two different things. Theft is taking something from me within a system. Conquering is two systems fighting against each other. So two systems fighting against each other and one winning, one losing, and then you impose the winner's system onto the losers. That's a different thing. That's not stealing something. That's imposing. That is, I'm forcing something onto you. Whether or not you wanted it is a different question, but I'm forcing it onto you. I'm not taking from you. I'm giving to you. I'm forcing you to accept something. Stealing is taking something that I have that you don't have without my permission, and you're just taking my stuff. For you, it's selfish. Stealing is inherently selfish. There may be good reasons for it. You know, you got to feed your family or something. That's always the classic example. I got to feed my family. I got to feed my kid. Okay, but that's still selfish. That's a selfish action. Whereas conquering is, well, conquering can be immoral. It can be wrong. It can also be justified. Just like stealing can be justified. So it's a little more tricky than that. But yeah, the main reason why theft is immoral is because it's selfish. Big difference there. All right, guys. All right. Let me, so I'm going to stop there. I want to get back to the show. I know we've been talking about, not that I'm upset. I will catch back up on the comments, but I want to catch up on the show as well because there's a lot more to talk about. I love it though. I love that you guys are engaged. I love that we're seeing everyone else around the world who are watching this. You can ask questions too. You can challenge me. You can ask a question and you're not required to agree with me. Yes, I know I'm a black man in America. That doesn't mean you have to agree with me. It means that we can have a conversation and we can disagree. And I can tell you why I think the things I do. And I can tell you how I think these things have consequences around the world. And you can say, Mike, I don't agree with that, or I don't like that. And that's okay. And maybe if you disagree with one of the conclusions I'm making and you recognize that it's correct, that that is the way the system is, whether or not you think it's fair, that is the system and that is the way the world is. And maybe that will motivate you to go out and do something to change that. Whether that means you get a politician elected, you write a law, you convince people to vote for a law or a politician, whatever it is that you do, maybe you're motivated to do that. I'm happy if I can help. But let me go on. So I do want to mention, because I know a lot of people may not have seen this when I first covered this last week, and I want to cover it again. I want to make sure people are aware. This is a petition to make sure that Mayor Zoran Mandami is banned from the September 11th memorial, the 25th anniversary, quarter century since the 9/11 attack against the United States, killing over 3,000 Americans. This is a solemn event, not a political event. Zoran Mandami is an insult to those who died, and an insult to their memories, and an insult to America, in my opinion. You may not think of that, but that he's an insult to America. I do. But he is absolutely an insult to 9/11. And having him speaking at the event, before the event, or after the event, I think is insane. If it were up to me, I would ban Zoran Mandami from New York City on 9/11. That he wouldn't even be allowed in the city. He couldn't be anywhere in the city. He had to be somewhere else, not on TV, not speaking on that for that entire 24-hour period. That's my opinion. That's what I would do. I signed the petition. I'm part of the 81,272 people. And in fact, I think that number has gone up since I first put it up there. Yep, it has. It's increased. It's now 81,518 people who believe Zoran Mandami should not be in any way, shape, or form part of the 9/11 ceremony. If you agree with me, you should sign the petition. and we should get this out there. The mainstream news media is suppressing this story. They are trying to make sure people are unaware. The link last week to this petition is in my description of the last week's show. It will be in this week's description after the show. The link for this petition will be there. Share it with people all around the nation. We know that Zoran Mandami is thin-skinned. He has no patience. The guy's going to have a hell of a time being mayor of New York if in the first less than a year he's already losing his mind because not everyone loves him, because he got kicked out of Staten Island, because people don't want to be socialists and don't agree with him, and he can't convince us to become socialists and become his subordinates. He just doesn't understand how that's not happening. Well, because he's an idiot. But he also doesn't understand we don't want him at 9/11. He thinks that people want him everywhere he shows up. He thought that people on Staten Island who voted 93% against him, that they would want him to speak. No, they don't. He thought that because he showed up at the funeral of a soldier, the family would want him to speak, even though he hates America and he hates the military. And he hates the conflict with Iran that caused that soldier to die. No, of course not. We don't want you to speak. He doesn't understand any of this. So he doesn't understand. He thinks people want him to be at the 9/11 ceremony. He thinks people want him to speak because he's in a very, very small bubble of blue sky, hyper-socialist nut jobs. And as long, he's got his seal weavers surrounding him, his Darlisa Chevaliers, they're all surrounding him, sucking up his farts and telling them how great he smells. And it's just not true. Zoran, if you or your team see this, we don't want you there. I may not want you to be, even if you want to discount the fact that I don't want you as mayor, never wanted you as mayor, think you're horrible, you're an idiot, because you know nothing about socialism. I lived in socialism. I lived in socialism longer than you did. Matter of fact, I know I was living in socialism before you were born, Zoran Mandami, and I can tell you, everything you've planned, every one of your plans are failures. All of them. They have always been failures. And I think you intend to break New York. You're doing it on purpose, and I don't think most people recognize that. But don't be there on 9/11. You don't deserve it. You haven't earned it. You are not valuable to it. You are not beneficial. Shut up. Stay off the news. Treat it like you did on July 4th. On July 4th, Zoran Mandami was unseen. You couldn't find him if you wanted to. He was not on any news station. He wasn't talking to anyone. He wasn't out at any event. He wasn't out in the public. He disappeared. He was a ghost on July 4th, America's 250th birthday. If you could do it for America's 250th birthday, you can become a ghost on September 11th, the 25th anniversary. You did it once, you can do it again. Just go away, ghost yourself for 24 hours. That's what I believe about that. People disagree with me. I'm more than welcome to hear your reasons why Zoran Mandami should be at the 9/11 memorial. I don't think there is a good reason. But I'm willing to hear other people and hear their reasons. If you think there's a good reason, that's great. Let me see. I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier about the Houthis, by the way. Since we're talking about Zoran Mandami, that kind of brings me back to the Houthis and the fact that they have been, and I was mentioning before, they attacked their own people and Saudi Arabia. Why? Makes no sense. If you're mad at America, it makes sense if you're attacking America. If you're mad about the ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, then that makes sense you'd attack that. Why are you attacking innocent civilians in Saudi Arabia? Why are you attacking other Yemeni people? They got nothing to do with this because they're terrorists, and terrorists don't care. Terrorists just want to kill people, no matter who it is. It doesn't matter where they are. If you don't believe what the terrorists believe, they want to kill you. And that's what the Houthis are. So again, this is why I have no pity whatsoever for the Houthis. None. I have no pity for Hezbollah, Hamas, or the Houthis because they're terrorists and they just kill people because they're evil bastards. Okay, moving on. There is news about Iran. Now, remember, I have been saying for about 3 months now, I have been sharing an insight with you guys, everyone around the world, about what's happening in Iran. Why is there so much confusion in Iran interacting with the United States, and especially with the ceasefire talks? Why is it so confusing? Why is it such a bad mess? Part of it is because people like J.D. Vance and the GOP are trying to push through a deal before the end of August so that they can go into the 2026 midterms, and they think they will look good because it will end the conflict, and they can say, see, we got in, we beat up Iran, and we're out. We're the good guys, and everything is great. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to minimize the impact on the 2026 midterm election. I think that's stupid. I think that's the wrong way to deal with this. And this is how we got a memorandum of understanding that was one of the worst deals I've ever seen in my life. That is a gift, a godsend to Iran. Iran should have been dancing on the rooftops for the memorandum of understanding that J.D. Vance forced the United States into. But the IRGC were upset. And I've talked about this quite a bit. There is a schism in Iran. And this is why there's been so much confusion and why we're on and off with the fighting over the last 3 months. It's because the IRGC have been taking over taking control of Iran as much as they can. There is a problem because you've got the Mojtaba. I can't pronounce his first name. The latest Ayatollah. He is reportedly gay, which is an abomination in their understanding of Islam. The IRGC are fanatics. They're the guys who teach suicide bombers how to blow themselves up in front of women and children. They are absolute fanatics. They are lunatics. So you've got these absolutely fanatical lunatics that theoretically are under the control of the Ayatollah, who happens to be gay. Normally, the IRCG would be taking the gay Ayatollah and throwing him off of a building, because that's what they do to gay people in Iran. They throw them off of buildings. So they have a problem. He's the supreme religious leader and the leader of their country, but he's also gay. So they should be throwing him off a building. But if they did that, well, that would be the highest insult and crime that they could possibly make. They're confused on how to react to that. What they are doing instead is, well, at the same time, that supposedly gay Ayatollah is also making a deal with the great devil. That would be the United States. It's not about Donald Trump. It's about the United States. Iran has been calling America the great devil since 1980. Okay. It's got nothing to do with Donald Trump whatsoever. It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. They don't care about any of that. None of that is a factor. Anyone who says it is a factor is lying to you. They have a political agenda because it's got nothing to do with any of that. So you've got the Ayatollah, who's gay, making a deal with the great Satan. And you've got these hyper-religious fanatics in the IRGC that believe in suiciding moms and kids to death to achieve their goals. And they're watching this happen. They're losing their minds. They would rather die to the United States so that they can go to heaven and get their 72 virgins, as their religion says they will get. They think they will die an honorable death by fighting to the death with America. That's been their answer. Let's just keep fighting. Fight until the fight's over. And they know that they can fight not just militarily, which they will lose, and they know it. And they can't fight economically because they lost, and they know it. But they can't fight politically, which they have been doing. That resulted in the memorandum of understanding. It's led the GOP to rush the process and to make concessions that we should never make. And they know that. So they're fighting against us the only way that they know how. And I've explained all of this very clearly. And I said that there is an absolute schism, and you can see it between the IRGC and the recognized leadership of Iran. Here's an article, came out August 4th, this week, from the BBC. And it has now been leaked that the president of Iran, which is an elected office, doesn't really mean anything. He's selected. But this nut job, and this guy is not a good guy. He's considered a moderate in Iran. He's not a nice guy. He's not a good guy. This guy, who is the president of Iran, he, at this moment, he's been saying he doesn't know if he's ever met the Ayatollah. No one knows if the gay Ayatollah is actually alive. There is no evidence of that. No one has actually seen him in person. He has not been seen on live TV. There is no indication. The president of Iran was put into a dark car where he cannot confirm that he was actually talking to the president or not. He doesn't know who he was talking to. So, yet again, another reason why the IRGC is trying to take over and why they're confused and why they're conflicting with the government of Iran, because no one knows who's in charge of Iran. No one can confirm. I know there was some earlier today, there was some video of, because Israel said the same thing I've been saying for the last 3 months and said, you know what, the Ayatollah is dead. And Iran said, no, here's video of him. Video that is not confirmed, that was taped at some time in the past. It's not a live stream. No, it was some previously recorded videos. We don't know if he's alive right now, which is part of the reason why we see such confusion with the IRGC, why we see such confusion with the Iranian government, and why they can't make an actual deal, because the United States is dealing with half of the actual government of Iran. The other half is trying to fight us. And so we can't lock down a deal, which is why we keep having these continued fighting, because we're rushing so fast. JD Vance and the GOP are rushing so fast to avoid this being part of the 2026 midterm discussion, which starts September 1st. As soon as we get back from Labor Day, we are in the election cycle for normal people. That's when the election cycle starts. And they want to be out before that election cycle starts, so normal people won't be talking about the war in Iran, and it can't be used in all the videos, the campaign videos. That's what they're trying to fight against. But this isn't helping us. If we just slow down the process and actually figure out who are we talking to and who is in charge, we could actually get a confirmed, firm deal and actually end this event. But because we're rushing this, we're dealing with anyone and everyone who will talk to us, and we're getting different answers. That's one of the biggest problems that the Trump administration has had in 2026. They are rushing this. They are not thinking this through, and we're not talking to the right people. That is a fact. And this only proves my point that I've been talking to you guys about for months now. And we know that Iran is trying to get yet again. Now, the latest deal, which is being referred to here on August 8th, yesterday, by the BBC, coming from Iran, this is coming from the IRGC. If you read through the article, that this is coming from news media organizations that are connected to the IRGC. This isn't the Ayatollah and the president of Iran's recognized Iranian leadership. This is from the radical, fanatical, terrorist wing of the Iranian government. And they're the ones that are saying that they want to take over the entire Strait of Hormuz, something that has never been done in any other waterway around the world, that they want to charge fees, which is something that has never been done around the rest of the world. And no, the Panama Canal is not the same thing. The Panama Canal is artificial. That's why they charge money for the Panama Canal, because it was artificial. It's something that was man-made. You have an option. You don't have to go through the Panama Canal and pay. You can go around South America and not pay a dime. Yes, is it a longer, more difficult traveling? Yes, but it is an option. It is your choice. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay. But the Strait of Hormuz is something completely different. And that's why it's natural. It's a natural waterway, international, and everyone around the world has used it because it's natural. And no one country can claim it. But the IRGC wants to do that because they will have infinite money rolling in to fund global terrorism, which is the number one reason why we can't allow it to happen, which is a sticking point in this whole fight, which means we need to know who we're talking to, who we're negotiating with, so that we can make it very clear. You're not going to get a dime. Iran is not going to get a dime from the Strait of Hormuz. Cannot. Because if we do allow that to happen, that money will go directly into terrorism. That will directly fund global terror and will make the world less stable. And that will be a problem. We cannot allow this. I can't say that more directly. And I've been saying this for 3 months. And the more we have learned about this, the more clear it has been. Let me go on with one other thing that's international. And I think it's important. And that is about the global food crisis. I have been talking about this since March. Since March 2026, I have been warning about the global food crisis. I have been warning you that food prices will go higher. I have been telling you that the expectation is somewhere between a 10 to 12% increase in the price of food, which has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. That is irrelevant. That is not part of the problem. It has nothing to do with the U.S. economy. It is a fact of the globe. It is a fact of nature. It is the fact that when you plant something in the ground, it takes time to grow and to be sow the crops, to reap the crops. So when you plant something, you got to pull it out the ground. This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. There is going to be a global crisis. And we are seeing slowly, over the last 2 weeks, we have started to see article after article come out saying food prices are going up, food prices are going to reach a high, food prices are going to stay up until September of 2027. I say it again, until September of 2027, not 2026. I didn't make a mistake there. We have to get through an entire year. We have to go through the winter. We've got to go through the spring, planting the crops, letting the crops grow, and then harvesting the crops, which will be roughly September of 2027. It's an entire year from now. And there is nothing in the universe that will change that. We have missed the window. There will be less food in the world. It is a fact. It is definitive. It is absolutely confirmable. The news media don't want to tell you yet because they think people will panic. Don't panic. I never said there will be no food in the world. That would be a lie. And in particular, most of my audience is in first world nations, whether you're in Japan or Sweden. I've got audience in the United Kingdom and Canada, Mexico, New York, the United States. You're in the first world. Almost all my audience is first world. You're not going to starve. You're a first world nation. You'll have less of a selection, and that's more or less very true in everywhere except the United States. The United States will go from having a choice of 10 different things to a choice of 5 different things. Most of the rest of the world will go from a choice of 5 things to 1. That's what's going to happen in the first world and probably most of the second world nations. They used to have a choice of 5 things. Now they'll have a choice of 1. That's it. In the United States, we had a choice of 10 things, and now we have a choice of 5. That's what's going to happen in the United States. But if you're in a third world nation, you're screwed. You're screwed. And I hope you've been listening since March when I said, start buying 10% more food. Get some more rice, get more wheat, get more long-lasting foods, canned foods, pickle foods, buy canned products, because you need to make it through at least the next year. You got to make it to September 2027. Now comes out the news that when you add in the most recent heat wave, that wheat crops are lower than what was expected. So not only is it the fact that we had less being planted, but we also have the weather screwed up, because sometimes you have more food that's grown, sometimes you have a bumper crop, and sometimes you have scarcity. And this time we got the raw end of the deal, and we have less food than what was planted that's being available. So that means, again, on top of what is already a shortage, there is even less. So I'm still going to stick with my estimate of 10 to 12% increase in food prices across the board for the United States. If you're outside the United States, the numbers will be higher. And the more you get closer to a third world nation, the higher the prices of food, the more the scarcity of food will become. Take my advice. I hope you've been taking my advice since March. I have not been wrong on this, and I am not going to be wrong on this. I would like to be, but it is physically impossible for me to be wrong on this. And again, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, the mainstream news media does not want to talk about this. They think you will panic. They think that you will blame one of the political parties and that you will vote for the other guy instead. Doesn't matter if it's Democrat for Republican or Republican for Democrat. It doesn't matter. They're all afraid that you're going to say the other guy, that your guy screwed it up, the other guy did better, and you're going to vote one way or the other. The fact is, there's a lot of factors involved in this. It was inevitable. And once the fighting started, well, once the Strait of Hormuz was closed off, there was nothing that could be done. Nothing that could be done. This is inevitable. So now we have to deal with the reality. Again, it doesn't matter how it started. This is where we are. This is the facts we have to deal with. And those facts don't change. At the soonest that they can even begin to start to change will be next year in late March, early April, when we see the planting season come. That's the soonest. That's the soonest ray of hope. And that won't even turn into anything until next September. So I hope you're listening to me. I hope you're taking my advice. If you listen to nothing else, if you agree with nothing else, if you do nothing else, if you don't even want to hit the subscribe button, share this clip about the food crisis and share it with your family and your friends and tell them every time they go to the store, just buy 10% more food. 10% more food. Make sure you're buying rice, that you're buying flour, that you're deep freezing food, that you're buying canned food and you're pickling food, because you've got at least a year of higher food prices, which will be at least 10% higher. It could be a little bit more, but at least 10% higher. And there's nothing that any government can do. And anyone, I don't care if it's Mandami or Donald Trump or anyone else on the face of the earth, unless it's the Pope talking directly to God, that nothing will prevent this from happening. Anyone tells you, oh, no, but there's a solution. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Because food only grows as quickly as food grows. And food doesn't grow in the middle of the winter. Doesn't happen. So there is that. Sometimes people gotta be honest with people. Really, gotta just be honest. Okay, so we've been talking a bunch about international news, and also a lot of your comments. We've been talking about the food crisis as well. I hope people are finding this to be of interest. Let me see. I'm going to be switching up. We're going to be talking about some more U.S. domestic issues in just a moment. I'm just double checking some of the comments. And I just want to make sure I'm kind of caught up. Of course, if there is an issue or question, a subject that I have not addressed or that I missed that you wanted to talk about, please send me a super chat or Rumble rant. It helps a lot in terms of paying bills. Trust me, I'm not skinny because I don't eat, but it helps to pay the bills. But also, it's important for me to catch the attention and make sure that I'm paying attention. I don't miss anything. So just let me know about that. Let me see here. And I see there's this comment here from Bronner. Personally, for Bronner, he doesn't want to hear or see any politician on September 11th. I want to hear from the survivors and the family of those we lost. I agree. I don't think, and as I understand, I could be wrong, but as I have been led to believe, none of the politicians, there's going to be a ceremony before and after there's the official 9/11 ceremony, which I believe is going to be timed to the time of the attacks and or when the towers fell. And that is a moment of silence. No one is speaking. I'm sure the president will be there. Many people will be there. Hopefully not Mandami, but many political figures on all sides, all parties will be public. None of them are speaking at the time that the towers fell, the start of the attack, moment of silence. No, they're not speaking. Now it's the question of it's before and after that ceremony. There's going to be a lot of news media. I'm not going to be there. Yes, I'm in New York City. Yes, I can get down. Yes, I believe my press credentials will be good enough that I could probably get into the press pool. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I'm just letting you guys know. So if you're thinking, well, Mike's in New York City and he's going to go down. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It's both emotionally, it's not worth it. And physically, it's not worth it. Mandami's not going to sit down and do a one-on-one interview with me, and I wouldn't do it on September 11th anyway, but he's not going to do that. Donald Trump is not going to do a one-on-one September 11th interview with me. I wish he would. He won't. And neither is Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, AOC. They all should be there. I would expect that they're all going to be there. AOC may not. Some of the DSA members probably won't be there, which tells you how un-American they are. But everyone else will be there. I'm just not going to be there. So I don't think that any politician should be speaking after the 9/11 ceremony that day. That's my personal point of view. There should be no interviews. Sure, you want to have a conversation first thing in the morning before the event, very briefly, to say, I miss those who have died. This should never have happened. Our country will never forget. Never again. End of statement. Move on. Shut up. That's it. That's it. My condolences for the family. America will never forget. This will never happen again. Shut up. Move on. That's what every politician should do. Go to the event, moment of silence. After that, media blackout. None of the politicians in America should talk about 9/11. None of them. That's my opinion. But that probably won't happen. Let's see. Oh, Danny says, hey, appreciate a heads up. Guess it's canned soup for me. Canned soup is a great thing, and if you can make your own soup, please do, because you're going to need it. Again, prices are going to go up, and it doesn't matter who promises you what. There's nothing that they can do. They can promise you everything under the sun. The food just won't be there. Prices will go higher. Doesn't matter what they promise you. They could be a socialist, they could be a Republican, they could be a Democrat. They can make all the promises they want. They cannot stop it. The price of food will go higher. No one wants to admit it because they're afraid of the political backlash. I'm not running for any elected office, so I'll just be honest. It's going to happen. I got nothing to lose. All right. Let me move forward a little bit. Oh, people, you guys are going to love this one. So, as I said, we're going to switch it up from the international, talking more about domestic, but it does still affect the rest of the world. Hunter Biden. What? We're going to talk about Hunter Biden? What the hell does Hunter Biden have to do with anything? To be fair, Hunter Biden is unimportant. He's not politically relevant pretty much to anyone, anywhere, for any reason. If anything, Hunter Biden should be in jail. And Hunter Biden knows it. He knows for a fact that he should be in jail. So why is Hunter Biden being an idiot and talking? I have no idea. I have to imagine there are a bunch of Democrats right now who are screaming bloody murder that are blowing up his phone right now saying, shut up, stop speaking. Why are you talking to anyone about anything? Shut up, you moron. Because Hunter Biden isn't a politician. He's no more of a politician than he was a oil and gas magnate. Remember, he was on the board of an oil and gas company in the Ukraine, oddly enough, even though he has no experience with oil or gas. Shocking. Yeah, tell me that wasn't because of his family name. It was. And, to be fair, the man is now clean and sober. At least that's what we publicly know. Fantastic. Good for him on that. He wants people to believe that he's turned his life around. If he has, good for him. I still think of him as the doped out individual who illegally got a firearm by lying on his required documentation. He lied. He disposed of this firearm by putting it in a trash can behind a school, children, right next to a school. And he just put it in the garbage for any child to find, to play with, and to hurt themselves with. He's irresponsible, has always been. He is coddled, and he has abused the name of his family for his self-interest. In other words, he's selfish and greedy. That's the way I think of Hunter Biden. You may think of him as, I don't know what else you could think of him as, but you could think of him as something different. Here's the reason why I'm talking about him. Because he came up 2 days ago. For some reason, Hunter Biden is taking interviews now. I don't know why. And I guess it's to try and build up sympathy for his father, because we now know Joe Biden, his cancer has gotten worse, and Joe Biden is getting closer and closer to dying. That's just a fact. I'm not wishing it on him. He has advanced stages of cancer. He's very, very old. He's going to die from that cancer. That's just what happens to old people when they get cancer. That's what's going to happen to Joe Biden. So I think that Hunter Biden is going out to try and preserve of as much of his father's legacy as is possible, since his father can't do it for himself. Joe Biden can't do it. She was complicit in some of the worst things that Joe Biden did or were alleged to have been done under Joe Biden's name. So she can't make any comment because she's just as corrupt and she's just as looked down upon. Hunter, by the way, is just as corrupt and just as complicit, but he seems to think that he's not. So he's going out and he's trying to talk up his book, talk up his father and his father's legacy. Okay, it can be commendable to try and defend your dad. I won't hold that against him. But again, I don't have a high opinion of Hunter Biden because of Hunter Biden. That's his own thing. But Hunter Biden decides, that he went out there. And here's the thing, and you see it in the title. So his big thing is, he said his pardon wasn't good for America and himself. That's the title. That's the whole point. That's the big thing he was talking about, is the pardon that he received from his father for a decade, kind of like Fauci, a decade of crimes, every crime, disposing of the gun around young kids, possibly having them harm themselves, pardon, lying to the public, pardoned, lying on official documents, pardoned, drunk and disorderly, drugged and disorderly, abusing public funds, all pardoned. Yeah. So he said that wasn't good for America. Let's look at this. I want you to see this. He goes, Hunter Biden has told the BBC that he was the most privileged person there is after receiving a presidential pardon from his father. He's right. He is the most privileged person in America. He's acknowledging that Hunter Biden is acknowledging that it was not a good choice for America or his father's legacy, which is what he's trying to fix right now. He goes on in that interview, and this is the part that really gets me. He says, this is Hunter Biden. He says, it's not fair. All I know is that I'm grateful that Joe Biden gave him the pardon. He said, acknowledging that the pardon was, quote, not good, end quote, for the American people, the Constitution, or his father's legacy. If Hunter Biden knows that his pardon was a violation of the Constitution, that it was harming America as well as his father's legacy, the answer is reject the pardon. See, he has a solution here. There is an answer to this. This is not some kind of mystery for the ages. This is not some kind of puzzle that no one has a key for. No one can figure it out. This is really very easily solved. If this is bad for America, and he knows it is, and if this is harming America, as he said it is, and this is bad for his father and his father's legacy, which it is, there is a simple solution. Reject the pardon. That's all he has to do. Reject the pardon. Take the punishment. Go to jail. Be held accountable for the crimes that he committed. And he's like, well, my dad gave me the pardon because he's afraid I'm going to be held accountable for the crimes that I committed. Yes. And if you're saying that not being held accountable was bad for America, bad for Democrats, bad for everyone involved, reject the pardon. Accept the crime. Accept the punishment. It's just that simple. This is the part that got me on this. And no one suggested, all the news media talking about this, no one suggested the simple thing. Reject the pardon, which is something he can do. It is an option. It's not like no one's ever done this before. It's not like this is something that's impossible to do. You can reject a presidential pardon. People have done it. In 1915, there was a Supreme Court case because a guy rejected a presidential pardon because it made him look guilty, which it does. And the Supreme Court agreed. You do look guilty. That's why you got that's part of why you got the pardon. And the guy said, no, I'd rather not have the pardon. He did take the fifth afterwards, but that doesn't matter. But that's a slightly different thing. But the fact is, you can, at will, and it is permanent, by the way, it is an absolute. So you can reject the presidential pardon. Now, mind you, you don't get it back. It doesn't come back. Once you reject it, it's gone. And you are liable for your actions. But if you're trying to fix, it's one thing to say, well, I want to fix my father's legacy. commendable. Okay. Selfish, though. That's selfish. That is very selfish. So, okay, I don't care if you do it. If you don't reject the pardon and protect your father's legacy, I don't care, because that's selfish. But you're saying it's breaking America. You know it breaks America. Well, then, hell yes, you reject the pardon. And you can. And he knows it. And he's been advised of it. If I can tell you this, he's been told this. And if he actually cares, then he rejects the pardon. And he takes the deal. In fact, what he should do is make a deal with the Republicans, with the Democrat Party, to get both parties on the same page and say, here we go. I will reject the pardon. I will accept XYZ as a charge. I will accept XYZ as a penalty, X number of years, 1 or 2 years, whatever, of going to jail and being on probation and maybe paying a fine. I will accept all of that. And as long as you, on the dotted line, make sure that that's exactly what I'm charged with, that's exactly how the results come out, as long as that happens, I will reject my pardon, and we can do this, and that will help heal America. He could do that. He could do that tomorrow. He can get Hakeem Jeffries. He'll take the deal in a heartbeat. It looks good for Democrats, and they would love it. Republicans will take that deal in a heartbeat. It will look good for Republicans, and they will take that deal in a heartbeat. Everyone will say yes to that deal, which would make the legacy of the Biden administration look better. Oh my God, Joe Biden was sympathetic. He's a dad. He tried to protect his son like any father would. Can't fault him for that. Okay. And his son, because he loves America, seeing the damage that incidentally, by accident, as a coincidence, was happening because of the pardon, he gave up the pardon and took accountability and got punished. That's a great story. That's a good story for the Bidens. That's a good story for Democrats, Republicans. Everybody wins. He won't do it. And no one's asking him to. I'm asking, someone clip this, send it to him. Reject the pardon, make a deal, reject the pardon, go to jail. That's what my answer is. You know you're hurting America. So to do anything else means you are complicit in something even worse than the crimes you made in the first place. You're hurting your country. There are 350 million people who are being negatively impacted. Not a school, not one parent, not one or two parents, not a small family. 350 million people are being negatively impacted because of the greed of Hunter Biden, the insensitive asshole that he is. Reject the pardon, make the deal, reject the pardon, go to jail. That's what he needs to do. No one is willing to say that. I don't understand why not. It's simple, it's direct, it's straightforward, and everyone should be saying this. Every single news platform, every pundit out there should be saying the same thing I've said. No one else is saying this. This news came out 2 days ago. On Friday, they've had the entire weekend to say what I am saying right now. No one has the balls to say what I have just said. That's sad. Bronner says, Fauci took the pardon and pled the fifth. It doesn't work that way. That's not correct. What Fauci did, and this is why he got convicted of contempt, he can't. That's why he went to jail. Because you can't have the pardon and plead the fifth. You can't. Especially not the way that Fauci did it. And the same thing applies for Hunter Biden. One, Hunter Biden can't plead the fifth. What he did is already known. So whether he admits, whether he goes on trial and he actually takes the witness stand or not, doesn't matter. We have the physical evidence. Doesn't matter if he pleads the fifth. We have the documentation. We have the prior statements he's made. We know about the news reports that have been made about him, the Ukraine, the abuses, his IRS returns. It's already there. It doesn't matter if he speaks or not. So pleading the fifth is immaterial. Doesn't matter. They're different cases. Whereas with Fauci, we're building a case, and with Hunter Biden, the case already exists. And Bronner says, did Fauci go to jail? He didn't go to jail yet. He was found in contempt by the Senate. There was a hearing on Thursday. He was found in a vote of 7-8. He was found, 7-5. 7-5. He was found in contempt of the of the Senate. It was referred to the DOJ. He will be charged with the crime. He will, and that, in fact, it's not even like a trial. He will be charged. He will be put in whatever the penalty is. So what the DOJ is doing now is establishing what's the penalty. It's not even a question of, did he do it? He did. That's what the Senate vote was for. He did it. He is in contempt. So the question is now only, what's the punishment? And that's what the DOJ is trying to deal with, is what is the penalty? Generally speaking, the penalty should be 1 year in jail or its equivalent. It should be 1 year in jail. He may get the equivalent, which would be probation for 2 years with an ankle monitor. Could be that. He could get that, but most likely, which is probably what will happen, he'll get 2 years probation with an ankle monitor, and everyone will forget about everything thereafter. What he should get at a minimum is actually at least 1 year. I believe the maximum is 3 years for contempt in jail. He should get that. But there you go. So just letting people know. And yeah, that was on Thursday. Okay. So I just wanted to bitch about Hunter Biden. And I just wanted to make sure people understood there is a solution to Hunter Biden's problem. And the answer is Hunter Biden. And he can resolve it at any time he wants to. He doesn't care. He's got a false sympathy. He's looking for empathy. He is, again, selfish as hell because he could fix this in a heartbeat. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. He wants you to feel like he's trying to do something. He isn't. He is leeching off of your emotions for his benefit. And that is kind of evil. Talking about something slightly different, there is the news about the third party. Okay. So I've got a bunch of friends who are libertarians, and they have been losing their friggin' minds about this. They're like, oh my God, third party. Oh, it's Tucker Carlson. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's Thomas Massey. Oh, Joe Kent. The life, the world is changed and everyone is happy, blah, blah, blah. And oh, sorry. I was reading a comment here. So looking at this, they're going to have, and this is what my libertarian friends are, and a few people I know with third parties, they're losing their minds on this. They're like, oh my God, the world is finally going to take on third parties. Oh my God, it's going to change all of America. Everything changes overnight. And it's no longer going to be a duopoly. It's not going to be just Republican and Democrat. There'll be third parties, and we'll be able to change everything, and everything will be better, and it will be great. And none of that's going to happen. None of that's going to happen. I doubt that there will be a third party. I doubt that Tucker Carlson will make a third party. don't doubt that he may want to. But as I was talking about it a little bit earlier in the beginning of the show, he's got fundamental problems. Besides the non-interference or interference with other nations, which is somewhat isolationist, which is pacifist, which isn't functional. The fact that it's looking at no foreign wars, which you can't guarantee, that's something you can't ever guarantee. No matter what president, no matter what party, you can't guarantee that America won't be in a war or be involved in a war or connected to a war. That's just not realistic in the world that we live in today. And the way they want to change the system, a lot of that is unrealistic and actually not very advantageous for America. I don't think that they're going to be successful. I think that they're rushing, that he's going to try and get this done by 2028. I think that's way too soon. There's not enough people. Political junkies, like some of my friends who are in third parties and libertarians, they're losing their mind because they're political junkies, and this is their world. And they're like, oh my God, this is really important. Most people don't know who the hell Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massey. They don't know who the hell they are, and they don't care. And they don't care. Many people know of Tucker Carlson, kind of, sort of, and they don't care. This is not going to be a third-party movement. It's just not. At least not by 2028. Now, if you tell me 2032, more likely. But in the space of a year and a half, that they're going to be able to put together a national party with infrastructure in every single state, 50 states, and have the ability to be able to put candidates on a presidential level, never going to happen. Not going to happen. They don't have the money for it. Tucker Carlson's not rich enough. Thomas Massey, MTG, they don't have the money. And I don't think they have the friends who do have the money that are willing to give it to them. They're not going to give them the money for that. They may give them money to push an idea to get this ball rolling, but they're not going to get the money that they need, which would be in excess of $50 million, in excess of $50 million to get a third party ready to have a 2028 candidate. And by the way, who would be their presidential candidate? Thomas Massey? Don't make me laugh. Thomas Massey can't win, and he won't get 5%. And I know a lot of my friends will go, no, everyone will. He'd get at least 5%. No, he won't. No, he will not. Once people get to hear his values, and if he's going by his values, which are, yes, very libertarian, he's not going to get 5% in a presidential election. And 50 million is just to get him onto this, to get him out into public. That doesn't even get him into the news media. You're talking about at least $150 million, at least. That's just a starter. Closer to $500 million to make whomever they pick an actual functional candidate for 2028. It's just too soon. I don't think they know anyone who's going to give $500 million to a third-party idea that isn't fully formed yet, with no leadership and no clear candidates. I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. So I hate to burst. I'd rather that some of my friends who are into the third parties, who are into libertarianism, that they temper their excitement a lot, and that they start setting the goals a lot lower, which is like, first of all, get a name for the party. How about that? Get a website for the party, whatever it would be, with its goals in mind, its mission statement. How about we start with that? How about you start in a couple of states? You know, maybe not New York City, where they won't be liked. Probably not California. None of the bluer than blue states, and none of the deepest red states either. You're going to have to go to somewhere in the middle of America. They're going to be out in somewhere like Idaho, Montana, they're going to have to go to places like that where there's almost nobody, but that they can grow, where they can actually get some ideas and push out some ideas, maybe even Kentucky, but I doubt it. And then they can try and grow out from there. Set your expectations a lot lower. Or they can spend an incredible, mind you, they could do all this. But like I said, they're going to spend $500 million. Just to get on the ballot in all 50 states is going to cost $50 million. $50 million. So that's the choice that they have in front of them. I don't know. But you guys can tell me, do you think that the third party movement is finally here in America? Do you believe, are your friends, are the people that you know and that you talk to, are they talking about a third party? Are they talking about Tucker Carlson or MTG or Thomas Massey? Are they excited about that? I think overwhelmingly, for over 90% of people in the world, the answer is no. But I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong. All right. Speaking of the United States, speaking of people who are wrong, who have lost their mind, people who have lost their way, guess what? Oh my God, 23,000 people didn't get a job in July. What? Yeah, the United States, the unemployment rate, which you haven't heard about for months, for the entire, I think pretty much all of 2026, the news media stopped talking about the unemployment rate. We haven't heard about this. No one's been talking about unemployment or the participation rate or small business rate. No one's been talking about any of that stuff pretty much for the entire year. They've been talking about everything else. Why? Because the economy actually isn't doing that bad. Oh my God, Mike. But Mike, everything's so super expensive and everything's falling apart. No, it's not. They want you to feel like it is. It isn't. Inflation's 3.5%. What? 3.5%. But Mike, everything's falling apart. I mean, it's got to be in the double digits. No, that was the Biden administration. You know, when Joe Biden was telling you that Bidenomics was perfect and everything was solved and things are doing great under Joe Biden, we had double-digit inflation. We were at 17.5% average throughout the entire Joe Biden administration. That was the inflation rate. Currently, it's 3.5%. Most of that, about 2/3 of that, is coming from energy. That's because the fight with the Strait of Hormuz. That's artificially increased the amount of inflation in the United States and around the world. But inflation is up as much as it is, mostly because of energy. You took that away, the United States inflation rate would be closer to about 2.5%. Almost 3%. Not even there. So we're doing very well. Now, again, that doesn't mean that, everything's perfect. It means that eggs aren't $12 for a dozen of eggs. It means that eggs are about $3.50, $3.60. They used to be, before Joe Biden, eggs used to be $1.75, $2 a dozen. Now they're $3.50, which is more expensive. That is true. But they're not $12. And that's the same kind of thing we're seeing about food everywhere. And why is it this disconnect? Well, here's the thing. This is why you're not hearing about this. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics itself. So according to the data from the government, which I hear people say, but you can't trust the government. Look, you know what? You got to trust somebody, right? These are the numbers. If you don't like the numbers, if you don't trust the numbers, that's on you. But these are the numbers. And the numbers say that unemployment went down. This is why they haven't been talking about the unemployment rate, because it doesn't match. If I told you that unemployment has been flat for almost the entire year and is now trending down, people go, but that doesn't make sense. The economy's horrible. Everything's falling apart. That's what the news media tells you. That's what they've been saying all year. That's what they've been saying since the day Donald Trump got back in office. Literally the day Donald Trump, in fact, before Donald Trump got back in office, they were saying that Donald Trump was going to create a depression, not a recession, not a slowdown, that we were going to go straight into a depression. And they have been trying to push that message onto everyone since. Not to say that Donald Trump is a perfect man or that he's got the perfect economic solution. It's just nowhere near the doom and gloom that we have been promised. And now that unemployment has gone down, they won't mention it. They wouldn't mention that we have plateaued at 4.3. Unemployment has been plateaued at 4.3%. 4.3. Not 15, not 10, not 9, not 7, 4.3, which is about the historical average of unemployment. That's not considered high. That's not high unemployment. It's about normal for a nation of 350 million people. Not that excessive. And in fact, we're seeing that number drop down. So you have to wonder, why would they be screaming that 23 million people didn't get a job that they thought would get a job, rather than mentioning the unemployment rate went down? Because guess what? When I say 23 million people, the unemployment numbers were off by 23 million. You don't know what the hell that means. The average American citizen, the overwhelming majority of American citizens have absolutely no idea what that means. If I tell you that the unemployment rate went down, people know what that means. That they have a concept of that. They understand that. You say 23 million, people look at you like you're stupid and don't know what it means. So what? 23 out of how many? Who cares? Why? And that's why the news media said it like that. Because it sounds negative. It sounds like a big number. It sounds like a problem. But it's really not. And they're saying that because they don't want to say something that everyone would understand. Unemployment rate went down, which would be, if you said unemployment rate went down, that would sound good for the economy, and that would be good for Republicans in the midterm elections. So they absolutely can't say this. Definitely in the news media can't say this because it's a death knell to Democrats. Oh, the unemployment rate went down. That means Republicans are doing good with the economy. Therefore, I'm going to vote for Republicans because they're doing good. And so absolutely, Democrats can't say that, cannot say that. So the mainstream news media can't tell you the truth that you would actually understand. Now, does this mean that everything's perfect because, oh my God, the unemployment rate went down? No, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. And people will suddenly tell you about not in the labor force. When was the last time anyone told you about the not in the labor force? I haven't mentioned the not in the labor force number in 2 years. And I cover this stuff on a regular basis. And I haven't talked about the not in the labor force number for 2 years. And now they're suddenly bringing this up. This is something that no one in the news media talks about, ever. See, here's the thing. This number has been over 100 million since the Obama administration. Obama was at 100 million on the dot. And he increased under the Obama administration, those 2 terms, we increased from roughly 85 million people not in the labor force to 100 million. The number increased about 15 million. And from the first day of Donald Trump until today, which would be over 10 years, we've seen it increase by about 6 million. Half as much as under the Obama administration. By the way, the population increased at the same time. And At the same time, the baby boomer generation started retiring. Oh, 50% of the people not in the labor force are because they're retired. That number of people who are retiring, that's increasing day by day. There are more baby boomers who are reaching 62 and a half to 65 and retiring every single day. So that number is increasing, and they're out of the workforce. They're in America, but they're retired. They don't count. And that's true no matter what president's in charge. Doesn't matter who's in charge. That number is going to increase, and it's going to be increasing from now, actually, since about last year, 2 years ago. That number has been increasing for the last two years or so, and should be increasing for the next 10 to 15 years. That's the reality. That's the baby boomer generation. So people are going to say, oh, well, it's because they're not in the labor force. So many people, they're just not working anymore because they're retired. And they weren't expected to. Fact is, the economy is not nearly as bad as you were told it is. Not to say that it's perfect, not to say that things aren't expensive. The prices didn't come down after Joe Biden. He screwed things up so bad that the prices were up, and they didn't go back down to where they were under Obama or Trump in the first administration. We haven't reached that level. They just stayed at the lower end of the Biden administration, his level, which is down, but not down enough. And that's the difference. So inflation isn't going through the roof. That's just not realistic. That's just not true. People just don't want to tell you what really is going on. The Maricua says that eggs in Washington are $1.72. Well, that may be true right now. I believe the national average at this moment, and I haven't checked in a little while, but I believe the last time I checked it was, well, I'll find out. Oh, I'm wrong. Let me stand corrected, Americua. I just typed it in, and the national average for eggs in America is now $2.14. So that's pretty good. The prices have been coming down throughout 2026. They went further down than I thought. I had last remembered them, and maybe it's because I'm in New York City, and I remember them being about $3.50. Last time that I checked, about $3.59. But nope, they're a little bit lower. So again, prices have been coming down slowly but steadily. The bigger thing is you've been lied to. You've been lied to about the economy. You've been lied to about how bad things are. Not to say that they're perfect, but they're lying to you about how bad things are. And people are trying to scare you. It's 105 million Americans that aren't working, and half of them are retired. And that number is going to go up because the baby boomers are retiring. They're either dying or they are retiring. So those not in the workforce will be increasing. Doesn't matter who's in charge of the presidency. Doesn't matter which party's in charge of Congress. They're already saying, oh my God, it's Orange Man bad. It's something that he did. No, it isn't. It was going to happen no matter who was president, no matter what their economic policies were, no matter how the economy was. People are retiring because they're old, and they are dying because they are old. And so those in the not in workforce is going to increase. It's inevitable. There's nothing you can do about it. And anyone who tries to tell you otherwise is lying to you because they want an advantage. So thank you, Maricua. But I just want you guys to understand what's really happening in this nation. And if you understand what's happening in this nation, you can understand what's happening in most of the rest of the world. And that's a good thing. We can try and extrapolate and understand. We know how much other countries are going to need help by understanding how much America can do for itself and for others. We can't help every other nation in the world if we don't understand how much help we need here in America. And we need a bunch of help in America, but we're not that bad off. Things aren't as bad as they would like you to believe because they want you to vote Democrat. They want you to think everything is falling apart now, even though everything is better now than under the Biden administration. Almost everything economically, almost everything is better off. But, and that's even with, and yes, I'm including the conflict with Iran, and we are better off as a nation now than we were 4 years ago under Biden. That's just a fact. That's empirically true. But the news media words things so that they make you think that 4 years ago, everything was perfect and everything was great because Democrat, and now everything's evil and bad and falling apart because Orange Man bad, which is stupid because it's not true. It's just not true. All right, let's switch from the economics because everyone hates when I'm doing the numbers because you got to think about math. I know math is so evil. Fine. Let's change it up. Let's talk about some gun control. By the way, I'm expecting to have news. I'm expecting to confirm soon that I will be in September 29th. I will be in Brooklyn and I will be giving a short speech about the Second Amendment and some aspects of the Second Amendment. So in the next couple of weeks, you will see me coming out with an announcement about September 29th, where I will be speaking and what is the topic and what time, and I'll give you the location. But keep an eye out for September 29th. It'll be in the evening. It will be in Brooklyn that I will be giving a speech. And I invite anyone in my audience, if you want to come down either to hear the speech or to speak with me, come on down, keep an eye out. And I give speeches somewhat regularly. It's not new. I've given many speeches. I look forward to it. So this should be fun. And as soon as I can confirm the exact address, the exact time, place, and organization, I will let you guys know about that. That's coming soon. But separate of that. So we heard about the shooting at the In-N-Out Burger. We were talking about that last week. It was breaking news. And we were talking about the good guy with the gun who saved God knows how many lives. We don't know. But we do know there were at least two people actually were involved. One of them, a complete civilian, the first one that was on the scene, he got a firearm and started training with his firearm because of the last time that there was a mass shooting. Because he wanted to be able to protect himself and those around him in case he ever wound up in another situation where there was a crazed maniac trying to kill a bunch of people. And he did. The training paid off. He wound up in another situation. Mr. Salinas, that's his last name, Mr. Salinas, was the good guy with the gun. And he saved lives. As soon as he started firing on the criminal, which we know his name and I don't care, but the bad guy with the gun, we found out, as soon as he got fired on, he stopped trying to kill people and was trying to defend himself. And they got into a gun battle. Okay. Now, the bad guy goes off, self-deletes. Good for the world. And that's happy news. But the news media ended the story right there. There's more to that story. There's a lot more to that story and that story's idea. And they don't want people to think about it. Notice, we don't know anything. When they ended this story, we don't know the guy's motivation. We were told, it's one of those AR style, evil, uber military death machines that he was firing. No one's talking about it. So if it was so deadly and so terrible, why aren't they talking about it? Why aren't they telling us that, oh no, there should be constitutional, there shouldn't be any constitutional carry. We should get rid of the Second Amendment. Why aren't they talking about it? Because all of the leftist ideology, their propaganda against the Second Amendment falls apart. And I believe, I haven't confirmed it, but I believe that the shooter at the In-N-Out Burger, yeah, that was a Democrat. That was a crazed leftist Democrat again. And that's why the news media doesn't want to talk about it. Doesn't want you to think about it. Doesn't want you to hear about why this person did what they did. They want to move away from the story. But here's the other thing that they're moving away from. And I think it's really important that you understand the difference of what we're dealing with. Oh, no, that's not going to. It's increasing the wrong thing. Okay. There we go. Come on. Oh, I hate this. Why is it not there? There it is. Okay. So here we go, folks. So this is a real life notification. Oh, stop that. This is a real world, real life notification. It was found on Fox News, unaltered, unedited. I had nothing to do with it. This is from August 7th. And so Minneapolis police tips on how to avoid and prepare for being robbed. So there's the problem right there. How do you prepare for being robbed? You don't. But that's besides the point. So here's what Minneapolis, which is in Minnesota, Tim Walz, this is a blue state with a blue government. And this is a blue city that had an autonomous zone in it after George Floyd for an entire year. Autonomous zones that break every local, state, and federal law. They were having shootouts on live TV at the George Floyd autonomous zone in Minneapolis. Yes, they were. So, and that was a year after the death of George Floyd. Okay, so Minneapolis, their answer on how to deal with being robbed. Don't walk alone. So you should be robbed with your friends. Well, that's not always possible, and that sounds kind of selfish. Carry only the items you need. Be prepared to give up your cell phone, purse, or wallet. So the things that you need, because you have to give them away. You have to give up. You have no right to your possessions. You must give your possessions to the criminal when the criminal wants them. This is Minneapolis. This is their police. This is their advice to the public. Going on. Don't fight with the criminal. Don't try to keep your possessions. Your possessions aren't yours. They're the criminals. They're for someone else because they asked for it. You don't get to have them. And that's why you shouldn't carry anything that has any value to you, that has sentimental value as well as monetary value. Because when a criminal comes to take it from you, you must give it to them. This is according to Tim Walz, the man that believes that there needs to be female napkins in the men's room for some godforsaken reason. Okay, he goes, be prepared to describe to the suspects. Why would you ever describe the suspects to the police? They're going to come and hurt you. And assuming that you even remember. Now, this is the Minneapolis police officer safety training, safety tips amid surge in crime across the city. This is their data, and this tells you a lot. Now, you say to me, okay, but would it be different? Now, we know that's Idaho, that's with Tim Walz, that's a blue state, that's got a ton of the progressive socialist left running all around in Minnesota because they're fighting with ICE all the time. We know they have a huge immigrant population. We know they have a huge trans population. How's it different to any other state. Idaho, same question. Here's the answer. Carry a firearm. Exercise your Second Amendment right. Use the firearm. Be trained and use the firearm if necessary to defend yourself, your loved ones, and your property. Call 911. Call the police. Inform them after the incident, when everything is settled, or as soon as possible. Let them know what happened. Tell officers that you are afraid for your life. This is coming from the police. They're telling you, tell the police you are afraid for your life. That's why you defended yourself. And that you will answer with any other question with a lawyer. Lawyer up. Defend yourself. Defend your loved ones. Use a firearm. It is your right. Absolutely. Make the police aware. Give yourself up to the police. Get a lawyer up, and protect yourself. Protect yourself legally. Protect yourself physically. Do you notice the difference? That once you step out of a blue, progressive, left-leaning state, your life has value. You have value. There is no value for human beings in Minneapolis. You are just a walking repository of wealth that anyone can access. Illegal alien, criminal, anyone, crazy person, they can come up, take everything you have. You're expected to give it up. If you don't give away your things, you are the bad guy in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. You are the bad guy for how dare you keep your things? How dare you protect yourself and your loved ones? And then in a real state that understands you have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The answer is protect yourself. Get a firearm. Why? Because women who are trying to fend off a man that is over 6 inches taller than them, that is over 50 pounds heavier than them, are going to lose. A woman, it is rare indeed that a 5'2" woman is going to stop a 6-foot man. It is rare. It is not the norm. That isn't going to happen. And many people have delusions of grandeur, and you watch a Hollywood movie and you see some 5-foot woman that's laying waste to 300-pound, 6'2" men. That's Hollywood. That's a movie. It is movie magic. The men are giving up on purpose. It is staged. That ain't reality. You know what is reality? A 5-foot tall woman that has a handgun like a 38 that is able to defend herself by telling that 6-foot man at 300 pounds, back off or I'll shoot you. You know what? That works. That will save your life. Not waiting for the police to show up after the fact. I just want to point that out. If you are in a blue state, they expect you to die. The police, the government, they expect you to die, and that they will process the situation after you're gone, after you have lost your goods, your livelihood, your life. After you lose, they will go through the bureaucratic process to address that, to deal with it. In red states, they want you to live. They want you to live responsible. You don't get to run around with a gun and just shoot anybody. And I'm going to deal with what happens when you're in a red state and you're irresponsible with a gun. I'm going to talk about Wyoming. Sorry about that. I'm going to talk about Wyoming in a second, where we had the exact opposite. An irresponsible person who decided to run around with a gun and not be careful. And I think that was a very interesting case. Matter of fact, let me go right to it right now. So this is Wyoming. Now, I searched high and low across the internet And I tried to find the video footage I'm about to show you, and I tried to find it by itself. Just the video footage, the security cam footage that I'm about to show you, and I just couldn't find it. So this is a article. This is a coverage by Don't Walk, Run Productions. They are right-leaning, understood. And it was almost impossible to find any coverage of this event on the left that wasn't completely lying about what happened, that didn't actually just make up their own story, that didn't actually have evidence from it. Now, I'm not going to tell you there's not a right-leaning bias here. There is, but it doesn't mean it's wrong. Now, rather than listening to anything that he has to say
from the encounter, any other party.
One thing. I think he has a good coverage on this. And it's very much like what we saw in Idaho, but not quite. See, essentially, and this is covered by the New York Times, this story came out this week. And there are a bunch of people, Democrats, who are trying to say, stand your ground, Second Amendment, that people in Wyoming are transphobes and racists, and it's evil and wrong. Because Second Amendment, well, you believe in the Second Amendment, don't you? So I have to be innocent. And you believe in defending yourself, the stand your ground rules. So this trans person has to be right, must be right, because you like guns and you believe in the Second Amendment and you believe in standing your ground. Except that isn't the story, and that isn't true. I'm going to play this now, and I want you to focus on just the video footage. Okay, this is in Laramie in Wyoming. I'm not playing any sound, so you're not hearing the coverage because it's right-leaning. I'm not going to bias you. I want you to see this individual right here is trans man. And this, trans woman, trans man, I'm not sure. They're trans. This person is trans, whichever way they're going. They're trans, okay? They've had 2 shots. They are armed. They are walking across the street. There are 3 men down here where it says downtown Laramie. There are 3 men in that area. Those 3 men said something disparaging about LGB because there's an LGB bar in the top left corner of this video. This individual did not like what they said, went from the bar and is going to confront the men, and their hand is on their hip on their gun. What happens next? Keep watching. Their hand is on a gun. That hand is on a gun right there. They are still approaching 3 men who haven't even come into. This is just a security cam. Nothing special. Let's go on. So, the trans person encounters the 3 men. This is the first of the 3 men. Comes up and confronts the men. Crossed the street, came to them, said, "What's your problem?" Got in the men's face while holding onto a gun. The men pushed the trans individual, pushed him, didn't shoot them, didn't strike them, didn't beat them down, pushed them. Okay? Let's go on. Trans person falls on the ground. Now, let me make this easier. This is a guy. Guy fell on the ground. A guy went from the bar, went and confronted 3 other guys that he didn't like what they had said. He's got his hand on his gun. He gets pushed onto the ground. He gets pushed back and falls over, possibly because he's drunk. He's laying on the ground and pulls his gun. The other 3 guys are walking away. The other 3 guys, this is the guy that pushed this guy down onto the ground. This guy is going to walk up that way. Never touches the guy on the ground. Doesn't even think about him. His friends are going to walk right across the walkway. Never going to touch the guy on the ground. The guy on the ground has a gun out now. That's one of his friends. So if you see this, so the guy on the ground now has a gun, has racked the gun. The person who pushed him on the ground is walking past him. He's shooting at his back. He's about to shoot him in the back. The other guy's friend is standing right next to him, watching. So I'm not, again, doesn't matter what's being said here. So I want you to understand what we just saw. According to the left, that was an act, that was transphobic, and that was racist, and that was sexist, and that was evil. That was an attack against a transphobe. Because what happened is this guy, the trans guy, was arrested because he pulled a gun while he was drunk and pointed it at a civilian who had their back to him. They endangered the public. The trans person said, no, you don't understand. My life was threatened. I was standing my ground. I was protecting myself. Now, there's more to the story. There's a lot more to the story. More than what the New York Times covered. Like when the trans person, guy laying on the ground, lied to the police in the first initial report and said that they only pulled out their knife, not a gun, which video proves is absolutely wrong. So they lied to the police to start with. But forget that. Here's the important thing. Right now, we are being gaslit by the mainstream news media. You're supposed to go, oh my God, they said it's transphobic. Therefore, all the other people involved must be guilty. They're not. Oh, you can't really believe in the Second Amendment unless you take the side of the trans person. That's a lie. You can't really be all about individual rights if you don't take the side of the trans person. You must be a racist. You must be a Nazi. You must be a bad guy if you don't stand up for the trans person. Trans person's wrong. In this case, the trans person's wrong. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. This isn't about the Second Amendment. They will tell you, the New York Times was pushing this story as if this was about, they said, a trans woman pulled a gun and started a stand your ground debate. No, they didn't. The New York Times wants you to think it's about being trans. The New York Times wants you to think that this is about the trans standard and stand your ground and phobias, ists and phobes and Nazis. No, it's not. This is really simple. It's really simple. Guy was drunk. Tried to get into a fight with 3 other guys while being armed with a gun. The 3 guys who weren't drunk didn't get involved. They pushed him away and they walked away. They could have beat the living hell out of the transphobe. If they were transphobic, they could have just stomped the living hell out of the guy when he was on the ground before he even pulled the gun. This is Wyoming. They could have pulled their guns, shot the living hell out of the trans if they were transphobic. They could have done 1,001 vicious, brutal things if they wanted to, and they did none of that. None of it. They just walked away. They didn't care. They walked away so calmly that they showed their back to a drunk assailant, aggressor, who's on the ground with a gun loaded, pointing at them. And they just walked away. So you tell me, who's the bad guy there? Was it the trans? The trans is trying to say, no, you've got to take my side because I'm trans. No, I don't. And you're a transphobe if you don't take my side. You don't really believe in the Second Amendment. You don't really believe in stand your ground unless you take my side, except no, that's a lie. That's what the New York Times tried to lie to you about. New York Times tried to say, no, you got to understand. You got to take their side. No, I don't. Because when you look, all you have to do is look at that video, which I had no sound on whatsoever. And I described to you exactly what happened on the screen. The only thing I needed to inform you was there was a bar to your top left and where the three men were on the bottom right. And everything else was in the frame of the security cam. And you saw it for yourself. That wasn't transphobic. That wasn't an attack on someone because of their gender or their gender identity. And we are wasting way too much money in America on stupid things like this. Mind you, the trans individual, they're fighting. They are going to court. They were given a plea deal to get out of this. No, they want to go to court. They think they're going to win. They think the video shows that they were being oppressed. This is the problem with America right now. When you watch that video, where's the oppression? How is that different? You know what? That's no different than any other man would be treated. That is no different than any other human being would be treated. If anything, they were being extra kind. They were being nice. I guarantee you try that stupid crap here in New York City, someone's getting shot. And I mean, when I say someone, I mean the aggressor. I mean the trans person went across the street, hand on hip on the gun, and got into the verbal fight and got pushed onto their ass on the ground. They would have been shot. And they would have been shot the second they put their hand on their gun on their hip. They'd have been shot in the Bronx. Because that's just stupid. You're asking for a fight. This is what's going on in America right now, and this is one of the problems in America right now. Okay, let me take some comments here because it's been a little bit. And again, I played that whole thing without sound for a purpose. I wanted you to hear that, or rather, I wanted you to see that, not to hear it. You can always go to the channel of Don't Walk, Run Productions. I watch them every so often. He does a lot of research. He's actually very intelligent in the way that he presents the information, and he's very credible. I advise you check it out for yourself if you want to hear the audio. The link will be in the description after the show. I got no problem with you seeing that there. So let me see. What we got? Logic says, honestly, in context, things are definitely not better for trans people since Trump got in, but that's an us and we problem. And going on to say, and by we, I mean those who are just trans. Yeah, there's a problem within the community. I don't think there's a problem from the right against trans people per se. I think there's a problem when they are challenged, when we are faced with abuse of the law, and the excuse is my race, my sex, my gender. You're going to get pushback on that. And with Trump in office, you're seeing more of that than you did under the Biden administration, because Biden punished people for pushing back against the abuse. And they supported the abuse based on sex, color, and gender. The Trump administration isn't. And it's not because he's not going to be more transphobic. It's because it's not appropriate. Let's see. Users of ban says government having the monopoly on force or violence is a mistake. Yes, but that's why we have the Second Amendment, so that the government doesn't have a monopoly. Danny says, so if I'm being conquered for my cell phone, then all good because I was conquered for my phone, all okay. I'm not sure if I get that. So if I'm being conquered for my phone, then all good because I was conquered for my phone. I think you're saying something different. Yeah, I think we're using the term conquered might be meaning more than I'm thinking it might be meaning. I think this is why you put it in quotes there. I'm just going to leave it there. All right. Being conquered. All right. I get you, Danny. I think I got you there. So Bronner says, it's okay for invaders to conquer land, but not okay if people surrounding a body of water straight from moves to conquer the water. It's okay for invaders to conquer land. Kind of, yes. But not okay if people surrounding a body of water, well, you're not surrounding a body of water. It's not a lake. You're not surrounding it. It's not a river. And even in terms of the strait, Iran isn't surrounding it. They're on one side of it. So there is a difference, because if I'm surrounding it, that has a different connotation and a different impact than if I'm just on one side of it. You have certain rights, but those rights are shared with people on the other side. It is literally a border of your power. And so your power has a definitive end in that waterway, and the other guys have a bunch of power on their end of it. So it's not surrounding it, because if you did, it'd be a different conversation. You'd have more right to that water and that waterway, much like a river. But Iran doesn't. So it isn't the same. And these waterways that we're talking about are not a river. We're talking about oceans. The way oceans feed into each other. It's not the same thing as a river. So no, it is completely different. So yeah, it is completely different. It has different rules. It has different ways of looking at it, because geographically and geopolitically, it's completely different. Yes. Okay, so Danny says, I mean, this trans thing is tough. I would generally feel less safe in a red state just because I'm trans, but obviously that's just context in me trans people problem. I don't think anyone cares. Quite honestly, the problem isn't blue or red state. I hear this all the time. Mike, wouldn't you be scared of being in a blue state or a red state because you're black? No, I don't care. I've been in both. I have lived in red states. I've lived in blue states. I've known people from red and blue states. I've known some incredibly racist people. And most of the people I've known who have ever been racist in my life have been almost entirely from blue states. They've almost entirely been Democrats in my life. We have certain expectations that we put onto the blue-red kind of thing. That's not the realities that we generally see, though. If you are, no one, quite honestly, in 2026, Danny, no one really cares if you're trans or not. No one cares. It's kind of like being gay. No one cares. They're trying, the left has to magnify it. They have to make it more of a thing. It's like being black or being in an interracial relationship, or you got to be, it's a big thing. It's, oh my God, this is so important. No one cares. No one cares. I can tell you that before 2015, I probably had known in my life somewhere around 10 trans people, give or take, somewhere around 10, which is a lot for the average American in their life, in particular for one person to know 10 before 2015, before it became popular. Now there's been a huge explosion in the number of people who are trans or think they're trans, and that's because a lot of it has to do with trends, and there's a lot of factors. It's become more of a fad. But before 2015, when it was still obscure and most people didn't know about it, hadn't heard about it, never seen it. Well, when there was the total number of trans people in America was about 0.5%, I knew about 10, which mathematically was huge compared to the average American. And I can tell you that in my experience, no one cared. No one cared. It wasn't because they were the most beautiful trans people that anyone had ever seen. By the way, all of them were men that were transitioning towards women. Every single one. Excuse me, that's not true. That's not true. There was one that wasn't. One was a woman transitioning to a man. Only one. So 9 were men transitioning to women. 1 was a woman transitioning to a man. To be fair, I almost always forget that one person. But anyway, so it's not because any of them were beautiful or tough or handsome or extra feminine. No. No one cared because it didn't matter. They weren't bad people. They weren't causing a problem. They weren't making scenes. They weren't trying to be noticed. They were just living their life. They were just hanging out. They had friends. We hung out. Everybody talked, have dinner, go out with friends, and go see a movie, go have drinks. Everybody knows everybody, big crowd of friends, and no one cared. They go to the bathroom. No one asked which bathroom they went to. No one cared. For years. Why? Because it didn't matter. It wasn't important. Because they weren't harming anyone. They weren't bothering anyone. No one gave a damn. Yeah, there was always that one person who might get a little bit of a titter here. And they'd have that look. And people would look at them and go, shut up. Because no one was bothering him. No one cared. And that's what mostly happens. And in a different sense, that's been my experience about being black in places that a lot of people say, you can't be black. I can remember one time, I don't know if I've told anyone about this before. It was back in my college days at Rutgers University, which was a terrible school, good for learning, bad for administration. The bureaucracy is horrible at Rutgers, has never improved. Overpriced as well. But Rutgers, I went there, and I was living out in the town, and I believe I was in Somerset, which is in New Jersey, and I had just moved over to that region. And what I normally did, and I move a lot, I used to move a lot, is whenever I move into a new area, I would just walk around in kind of like a spiral for a couple of hours, hit a couple of bars, go back home. And this way I had some landmarks that I could recognize so that I could always get back home. So that if I ever got lost for whatever reason, I couldn't get directly, I'd always be able to figure out, oh yeah, I know this landmark. I know my house is over there, and I could get back home. I always did that every time I moved. I always do that. Walk around, get a lay of the land. This way I know how to get back home no matter what. So I was doing that, and I was walking around, and I found this bar. A little bit out of the way. The whole thing was a little excluded off to the side, but I found this bar. So I walked on over, and I walked in, and I didn't know what I was walking into. Now, Southern Jersey isn't necessarily, the closer you get from Central to Southern Jersey, it's not like being in New York City. It's not like being in North Jersey. It gets a little bit more exclusionary. Some people are a little bit more racist. That does happen, especially back in the 90s. It happened. In the late 80s, early 90s. It does happen. So I was down there, and this is definitely the late 80s, as a matter of fact. And I walked in, and the bar happened to be a very, it was pretty much a Nazi bar. It was pretty much a Ku Klux Klan bar. Pretty much. Can't say it was absolutely KKK, but they were like really damn close to it. They were not friendly. And they made no hint of that either. You look at the decor on the inside, it was very clear. I walked in and every single head in that bar turned and looked at me. Every single person. Every conversation stopped. I swear to God, I'm not making that up, not exaggerating. Everyone stopped. About 15 people, but 15 people throughout the implied stopped or staring dead in my face, wondering why the hell is this black boy walking into this bar? They don't care if I'm Hispanic or not. That doesn't make a difference to them. It's not a good thing. Not a problem. So I walk on over to the bar, knowing full well to the core of my system, I'm in the wrong place, and this is just about the wrong time. This is going to be a problem, and it's going to be a problem pretty damn quick, and this is going to hurt. It's going to hurt them. It's going to hurt me too. I walk over to the bar. I look the bartender dead square in the eye. No blinking, no stuttering. I go, I'm new here. Don't know the area. So the bar. Came in for a beer. I'm going to have a beer. Then I'm going to walk away. Can I have a beer? Bartender stared at me for a second. Looked me up and down. I was not blinking. Was not shaking. I was dead serious. And I was also getting prepared to put on an ass whooping to some people and get an ass whooping back in return. And said, okay. Went over, popped the beer, boom, put it down. I paid, put up the money, paid him for the beer, gave him a tip, started drinking. Did not guzzle the beer. Why? I'm not afraid. I wasn't doing this because I was scared. It's not because, oh my God, I got to calm my nerves. I'm casually, although somewhat quickly, finishing my beer. Not to look like I'm terrified, not to down it like Bluto in the Animal House. I'm not trying to down it like it's a fifth or something. I'm just moderately taking a couple minutes to drink the beer. I left the tip. Everyone's still staring at my ass. Still wondering what the hell am I doing? Trying to figure out if I'm just trying to be ballsy and bust their balls so they deserve to bust my balls or not. I finished the beer. Said thank you. Thank you very much. Turned around. Walked out the door. Walked out the door. Started walking towards where I knew my house should be. The direction of my house. Wasn't sure exactly where I was. The direction that I was pretty sure was my house. And I lit a cigarette and I started shaking. And I kept looking behind me. Casually, just looking around. Nice and casual. To make sure that I wasn't suddenly being run down by a car or a bunch of guys weren't suddenly running behind me to beat me with a baseball bat. I've been in both those experiences before. I've had people chase me with a car. I've had people chase me with baseball bats to beat me to death. I've had that happen before. And so I was checking for that casually because if you look scared, if someone's watching, they will suddenly start chasing you because you look scared. So you look weak and they'll take advantage of that. Now, as it turned out, a couple people did leave, but they didn't come after me. Good enough. And I made it home. No one got into a fight. No one died. No one got injured that night. That's a good thing. Now, I bring up that whole story because much like many people think about red states versus blue states, and they think, well, if I'm the wrong type of person, if I'm not white, and I go to a red state or I'm around a bunch of conservatives, same thing. When I first went to a bunch of events with the Tea Party, I got told they're just the most racist, evil people that you'll ever see. Every single one of them's a racist. You can't be Republican, Mike, because they're all racist. And you can't go and speak at a Tea Party event because they're all racist and they're going to string you up. Same idea. It's not real. That's the fear mongering. That's other people trying to make you terrified. I tell you, if you go down to a red state, 9 out of 10 times, you're not trying to cause any problem. No one's going to care, Danny. It's 2026. No one cares. Overwhelmingly. Overwhelmingly, no one's going to care. So I just wanted to cover that with you. And again, this story, this issue that I just brought up to you, isn't about, they're trying to make it about trans because they want the excuse. They want to use it as a shield. And it's not appropriate. It's not right. Because now it would be entirely different in the story that you just saw, the video you just saw, if those three guys came over to the trans woman and started the fight. Totally different story. If they came and pushed them down and kicked them when they're down, totally different story. If they pulled their guns and were threatening, totally different story. None of that happened. Not only did the video not show that, the witnesses proved didn't happen. The only person who was at fault in this case was the trans person. Stand your ground doesn't apply. Why? The trans person was the aggressor. They were the bad guy in this case. But the media wants to use it because they want to break this. And most importantly, they want to try and make people who are Second Amendment suddenly go, well, I don't agree with that, so I guess I don't agree with the Second Amendment anymore. No. That's just not real. And I don't think that's what people really think, but that is the case. I don't know if the story helped. I don't know if that helps make it make more sense, but I hope it did. Let me see here. Let's see. Bronner says, oh my God, Mike, you are right about that. Ever been to Baltimore, Boston, Chicago? I have been to Chicago. I've been through Baltimore. Philly, no, not in Philly. Blue, and very racist. But you always told the red states in the South are the racist. Yeah, incredibly racist in most of the blue states. Let's see. And Danny says, the leftist activists did ruin a whole lot of perception of trans people. Absolutely, they did. And it's been to a disadvantage of everyone. It's been to the disadvantage of everyone. What? Oh, you guys are funny. Mike, you were like Eddie Murphy in 48 hours walking into this shit kicker head. No, not quite. I wasn't quite. I wasn't that arrogant to start with, because if I was, I would be hurt. I would have been hurt a long time ago. No, it would have been turning out very different. No. But it was kind of funny. Yeah. What is this? When I was a kid, my two very, very best lifelong friends were black brothers. One of them and I had a job selling newspaper subscriptions. Okay. One day we stopped at a country store for soda and a snack. I went in, my friend stayed outside, and I'm sure that was a very interesting story. Danny says, I find it mostly just internet people who care. Most in public just give me an awkward, mean, or confused look. Fortunately, haven't come across any hate, but armed if you do. Well, good. You should be prepared, as anyone should, for stupidity in the world and defend yourself accordingly. Absolutely. But generally speaking, I don't think most people do that. All right. So let me switch things up. So I told you a little bit of stories of one of the experiences in my life. By the way, it was pretty terrifying. I was terrified throughout the entire event. You probably would not have noticed, because I know I've had friends with me at times where I'm in stupid situations, and I've been in a lot of stupid situations in my life, a lot of them. And I should probably have more scars on my body than I do because of it. But anyway, and I've been in some stupid situations with my friends, and they always think that, Mike, you're just so calm and everything's going great. No, not at all. I just have that outward image, keep it internal, which is probably what saved my life more than once. And I do mean probably why it saved my life more than once. Marikua, you have a great week. Thank you for being here in the audience. I do appreciate you. I appreciate whether you spend 5 minutes or the entire show with me. You are fantastic. Thank you, Marikua. All right. Time to switch up. So we talked a little bit about my life, my past, about the way people are misusing the Second Amendment, how they're trying to abuse it to take advantage of you, to take advantage of trans people, to take advantage of Second Amendment owners, to try and twist the system. And that's sick and that's mean, and we should call that out. And yes, in Wyoming, that trans individual is going to lose, not because they're trans. And by the way, they're trying to say now that this trans individual is going to lose their court case because gender, that there's racism, there is and phobes. No, it's because you're just guilty. That's why. In this case, that individual is guilty, and that's why they're going to lose. Has nothing to do with the color of their skin, their gender preference. No one gives a damn. None of that matters. But, there you go. But people are lying about it online. I saw a dozen videos when I was looking for that clip to show you guys the security cam footage by itself. I found a dozen videos, all of them trying to say, no, the trans person's perfectly innocent. This was all just a setup. It's the evil white men were oppressing the trans person, and you have to take the side of the trans. Not one of them were showing had any of the full information. It was just sad. It's just sad what's out there now. All right, moving on. Let's talk about education, because I think that's a pretty big and important thing. Education, the next generation. Who's going to come after us? Who's going to remember everything? Who's going to keep America alive? Will America exist in 20, 30, 50 years? Will it exist or will it disappear? Big question. It's a very big question. And the answer to that is it depends on our kids. If we teach them, then America will go on. If we teach them to hate America and to oppose America and to destroy America, then America won't exist in 20 years. That's just fact. And that's what the left, that's what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Democratic Socialists of America, that's what they're trying to do. And we're going to get to them in a little bit. I have not forgotten. I will be getting to the DSA, and we'll be talking about El Sayed in just a little, Abdul El Sayed. We'll be talking about him and Chevalier in just a few moments, but I wanted to deal with the education thing. So we just got some news that came out about education in New York State. Now, New York State and New York City are we spend the most money in the United States and in the world, respectively, more than any other country in the world. Entire countries don't spend as much money as New York City on education, on teaching our kids. That's per student. We spend $43 billion in New York City to teach kids, and that's about $44,000 per student. In New York State spends about $36,000 per student to teach them. $36,000. That's a decent amount of money. $44,000 in New York City. No country in the world spends more money than New York City teaching kids. Now, that's a good thing, you would think. Except we're not getting anything from that. We're not, and this is going to hurt the entire nation because it's happening in New York. I guarantee you it's happening in California. It's happening in Chicago. It's happening in Washington State, Oregon. It's happening in Massachusetts and Colorado. That's a hell of a lot of states. And I'm just talking about the top ones off the top of my head. I left out Pennsylvania. I left out Ohio. I left out New Jersey. Oh my God, that's a lot of states. That's a lot of kids. And they are all losing badly. This is the future of America being destroyed, thrown down a drain, set on fire in front of our eyes. We spend $43 billion and our kids can't read. Our kids can't do math. It's a fact. And it's not just, see, the news came out 2 days ago that New York third to fifth graders fail basic math and reading. That more than half, or roughly half, 47%, are not proficient. They can't do basic third or fifth grade reading. Barely can do math. $43 billion. 43. What are we teaching them? I know what we're teaching them, and I actually covered this in, did I even show this? I will show you guys. We are wasting our time teaching our kids about everything except what they need to know. I did a short video on this. I'm not even going to try and look it up. We are wasting our time teaching our kids how the gender of their teachers, the dating habits of their teachers. We're teaching them about infinite genders. We're teaching them that they should cut off their genders to have the mythical perfect life. But we're also teaching them that 2 + 2 equals racism, but we're not teaching them to read and write. And if we have a generation of kids who don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, that means they don't have comprehension. They are a bunch of zombie slaves waiting to take orders, and that means America will be destroyed. That is a fact. If we continue down this path, America will cease to exist within 50 years. Not because I want it to, because it has no choice. Because if you can't read, and if you can't do math, and you cannot critically think, and you cannot comprehend the meanings of things, only what you are told they mean, and you cannot discern it for yourself, you are a slave. There is no other way to describe you. You are a slave. And slaves don't run countries. Slaves are owned in countries. Someone else will own them. And America will cease to exist. And don't think that the DSA, I know the DSA thinks, well, this is a great idea because then they will be in charge. No, they won't. No, they absolutely won't. But I'll explain that part in just a moment. But yeah, this is insane. What are we getting for $43 billion? Nothing. And if New York City, with the largest teacher base, with the most money, if we're not able to teach our kids, do you think California is doing better? Do you think Massachusetts is doing better? Do you think Chicago is doing better? Do you think Washington, Oregon, Colorado, parts of Texas, do you think they're doing better than New York? Hell no, they are not. And you know it. Our kids can't read. They can't do math. They have no reading comprehension. They are being groomed to become slaves. Mental slaves, physical slaves. There is no difference. It is happening. We need to turn this around. And the mainstream media is like, oh, it's not that bad. You just don't understand. They say, oh, well, the numbers are down versus last year. And if you look through the article and virtually every single article that you can find on this, they'll say, oh, well, the numbers are down versus last year by about 7%. It's not that bad. No. I independently found out, and I did the math with ChatGPT, and I checked it out versus 5 years, versus 10 years, versus 20 years, versus 50 years ago. In every single example, 5, 10, 20, 50 years, you don't have to believe me. Go to ChatGPT, go to whatever AI you use, and do a comparison of where kids are today, where they are scoring in math and English, and compare it to 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years ago, and you will see that the numbers are either, our kids today are either equal or worse than what they were in the past. And we spend exponentially more money today than what we did in the past. Exponentially more money. And we are barely able to have the same amount of reading comprehension in our kids as we had in the 1970s. This is ridiculous. Our nation is falling apart in front of our face. We are losing everything. If we lose the kids, we lose everything. America won't exist in 50 years. They won't make it through the next generation. This has got to be changed. And we got to stop wasting our money teaching our kids about feelings. Oh, how does your teacher feel? Who cares? I don't care. But do you know what their teacher's dating habit is? I don't care. Don't need to know and should never be told. Do you know that your teacher is gay or straight? You should never know, not relevant, and no one should ever tell you. It's not important. Who cares? But don't you want to know if your teacher's gay? No, didn't mean a damn thing to me. Do you know how to do 2 + 2? Does it equal 5 or does it equal 4 or does it equal racism? If you can't answer that question, it doesn't matter what race, gender, dating habits of your teacher. Means nothing. If you don't know when America was created, if you don't know what the Constitution says, if you can't read the Constitution and know what it means, then it doesn't matter who's dating who and how. Meaningless. There won't be an America anymore. And then if there's no America, newsflash, if there's no America, the leftists are screwed. They will kill those guys en masse. En masse. The only reason that there are as many trans and gay people in the world today as there is because of America. Without the tolerance of America, the rest of the world would go on a purge, wiping out trans and gay people throughout the entire world. It's only because of America that we don't see this. And people go, well, no, it's because, the left is really, really permissive and they'll live with it in other parts. No, they won't. No, they won't. If America lost their shit and said, no, we're going to purge, the rest of the world would go right along with it. It's because America is forgiving and understanding and tolerant. That's the only reason why the rest of the world is. Because they follow our lead, because we're the superpower world. And if it weren't for us, well, they would be following someone else. And every other country on the face of the earth is less tolerant of everything than the United States. Religion, race, gender, preferences, everything else is less tolerant every other place on the face of the earth than America. There is no one who's more tolerant. There is no one who's more free. There is no one who's more forgiving than the United States. And if you say, well, but America sucks, well, the rest of the world's pretty screwed, isn't it? Because it's that much worse everywhere else. Everywhere else is much worse. So you really want to preserve America, especially the more left you are in terms of your liberal social experiments. You want America to exist because the communists won't keep it. They'll wipe you out. Communists will wipe out gays and trans and anything that doesn't conform to whatever it is that the communists want at a given moment. They will wipe them all out. Don't believe me? Ask the Uyghurs how well China deals with people who don't conform. They wipe them out. I don't know. I think it's important. I think it's a big deal. And it just tells me, Kathy Hochul, the Democrats, they're failing. 60 years they've been in control of New York. 60 years. For most of that time, for the last 50 years, they have failed the students in New York. Our reading skills are going down and down and down. And they keep coming up with these neat ideas about, well, racism, math, 2 + 2 is racist. That's not helping our kids do math. How about, we got to teach kids how to feel. You can chop off your genitals and you'll feel perfect. That doesn't help kids read. Little Johnny, little Susie, they're not going to read better because you chopped off their genitals. It's just not going to happen. So stop telling them that. Stop wasting time and money about that. And little Johnny, little Susie, when they get to be 18, they will understand enough about themselves that if they want to, they can make that decision and pay for it with their own money and live with the consequences on their own. That has nothing to do with everyone else in the world. Stop trying to get children to chop off their genitals. Stop trying to program a race war in America, because everybody loses if you're doing this. And we are actively, absolutely actively losing. We can see it. The numbers are telling us the truth. We are losing. And the numbers that they don't want to tell you, going out 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, all the numbers tell us that things are going downhill, not uphill. So this new, more feelings-based teaching technique coming from the left is not better. It is not helping. It's just that simple. No one wants to tell you that. No one wants to be honest. All right. You know what? I'm going to switch before I get to the DSA, and I'm going to talk about the DSA in just a moment. But before I get to the DSA, I want to talk about something a little bit lighthearted. Okay? I haven't talked about it. The WNBA. The WNBA. I want to show you guys what I think is one of the best. This is funny as hell. Someone's going to tell me, Mike, that this is so rude. This is just crude. It's not right. It's funny as hell. So let me be clear. According to the rules of the WNBA, if you feel like you are a woman, this is very much the leftist playbook. If you feel like you are a woman, then you are a woman. Gender fluidity. At any moment, at any time, anywhere, if you say you are a woman or a toaster, then you are a woman or a toaster. It's up to you. You can make that decision anytime, anywhere, and everyone must accept it as true. That is the leftist intersectional ideology. That is their gender politics. And that is what are the politics of the WNBA. Now, some people will say, Mike, what's the WNBA? The women's NBA, which is sexist. In and of itself, it is sexist. Why? Because it's the women's NBA, not another NBA, not the alternate NBA. It is sexist by definition, by creation. It is also absolutely subordinate to the NBA, the National Basketball Association. Why? Because the NBA pays all the bills for the WNBA. No one cares about the WNBA. The WNBA is not important. It is not successful. No one cares except the players, of course, because money. And the players are very hyper political. Why? They're stupid. That's why. They're incredibly stupid. So they are saying, and the players in the last week, actually the last couple of weeks, have decided that they wanted to say, you know what? We would let trans people into the WNBA. They want to have men in women's sports. Those are two different statements. They're trans in women's sports, they're okay with, and men in women's sports, technically, they're okay with that. They would let that happen. Okay. So here there are now two former NBA players who are like, okay, then I'm joining the WNBA. I'm in the draft for 2027. Two of them. Here is a computer rendering, AI revisioning of what would be the future of the WNBA if these men scores in the background of this little AI thing. They got scores like 360 to like 2. They've got 102 to 62. I mean, it's just ridiculous if you're looking at that. Just a little detail. It's in the background, but it's just funny. That was just stupid. That was just stupid. I'm probably going to get hit for the music on that music clip. It was just stupid, but I thought it was funny, and I think it's accurate. You are going, because of the rules. There right now, the WNBA are going into emergency meetings throughout the rest of the week to define what is a woman, and this is the problem the left has. Because the answer, if you look up the dictionary, they literally changed the dictionary definition. What is a woman? The opposite of a man. What is a man? The opposite of a woman. It's circular logic. It answers nothing. And Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court justice, who was a DEI hire, she couldn't even answer it because she's basing it on the leftist ideology. They have no clue what a woman is. So they can't tell two male NBA players that they can't be in the WNBA because that's just ridiculous. It breaks the rules. It's unfair. It's unjust. They can't say any of that because they don't know what a woman is. This is absurd. It is the height of absurdity. And because they are afraid, it is obvious that the answer is you are men. It is biological. And therefore, you can't be in the WNBA. It is unfair. It is unjust. It is genetic. Now, if you want to dress like a woman, live like a woman, knock yourself out. Don't hurt anyone. Live your life. I don't give a damn. Stay away from the kids. No problem. But this is about women's sports and the question of women's sports. And more importantly, all the WNBA has to say is it's for women, biological women in women's sports, because that's the only thing that's fair. Trans can create the TNBA. That's right, TNBA for the trans league. Fantastic. They get to have their own league if they want to. That's fantastic. Or they can be in the men's league. Fantastic. I got no problem with that. Let them be equal and fair. Not a problem. But it's unfair, and because the left are unwilling to just say, we got it wrong. We need to, the definition isn't that hard to figure out. And because they don't want to say that, this is going to happen. Someone is going to hire one of those men who are former NBA players. Someone's going to hire them because the controversy will make money, because they will get people sitting in the auditorium to watch the games. They will sell merch because of the protesters outside. It will be a money maker. Is it a mockery? Will it be a joke? Absolutely. And they will make more money than the WNBA has ever made in its history, and probably most years combined, by hiring even one of these guys. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just going to happen. And that's sad. It's going to cost women. And by the way, this is some of the things that the men have had to say. These guys. Here is, this guy's name is Freedom. I know nothing about basketball. I know nothing about basketball players, and I don't care. In case anyone's wondering if I'm misquoting some of the things about basketball, I don't know. I don't care. I don't like basketball. Could care less about basketball. So if I'm not exactly correct on basketball lingo, I don't care. I don't. So Freedom, Enos Freedom said, I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria based on current guidelines. I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft. And he's right. He has the right. All they have to do is say, no, a woman is a woman, and that's not you. That's all they have to do. And Royce White has come out and said that he's transgender, which I think is worse than what Freedom has said, because he's not being honest. He's not being genuine about it. So he'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. I think that Freedom has a more fair, honest, and real case. The fact that Royce White seems to be just saying he's trans to say that he's trans is disgenuine and kind of insulting. But there you go. So I just wanted to cover that because most of the left-leaning media is going to say, no, they're evil, bad men. No, they're not. No, they are not. It's not like that. Whatever. But it's time for the DSA. Hang on. Let me take a look at some of the comments here. Did anyone say anything really interesting about the WNBA? Or did I just lose my mind? Let's find out. Because I'm going to go into the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. We're going to talk about them a little bit. Oh my God, the 2026 midterm elections are going to be unique. And the outcome, because of the Democratic Socialists of America, is not going to be what the left thinks it's going to be. It's not going to be what the right thinks it's going to be. It's going to surprise a lot of people. Let me see here. Hey, Lunatic is here. Lunatic. The Lunatic Libertarian is here with us. That's cool. Big. What is this? Bronner says, if you guys haven't already, you should check out George H. Smith, The Success of Public Education. Okay. Lunatics talking about the huge legislative crackdown countrywide for homeschoolers. We need someone to teach our kids how to read, how to write, and do math, and not to talk about feelings. We desperately need that. Stop teaching the kids to talk about their feelings. Who gives a damn? Teach them how to read and write and do math. It's desperate. We need that. Bronner says our kids need to be trained, have been trained to be too stupid to think. And that destroys America. That destroys everything for the left and for the right. It destroys America for everyone. And the world will suffer as a result. Lunatic thinks that AI is consuming all the books. They're destroying literature everywhere. I don't think that's exactly the case. It is easier to manipulate. It gets closer to 1984, George Orwell. It gets closer to being able to control what is and is not recorded in history based on the electronics. You can change things more easily if AI is the only repository. But that's what books are for. That's what libraries are for. Private libraries, private books. And that's what we need to encourage kids to read and to own and to have books. That's really important. Danny agrees with me that gender stuff has gone overboard in schools. It has. It's just, you want to tell me that as a 12th grade that you want to have a class on multi-genders and different expressions of self for 17 and 18-year-olds? Knock yourself out. That makes sense. I can see that. There's no reason why a third grader has to waste their time on this stuff. There's no reason. A third grader, a fourth grader, this is a waste of money and time. We can do better. We can do so much better for those kids and for ourselves. Lunatic says, Juwanna Man was a movie created years before predictive programming. I have no idea what Juwanna Man is. No idea whatsoever. So I can't speak to that. Don't know what it is. Can't speak about it. Danny says, it kind of sucks to think of my existence as conditional based on the whims of my nation. That doesn't seem like a good thing, but even Dems treat trans issues as a political football. It is terrible. Like I said, before 2015, there was less said about trans people, but trans people were more free. And people didn't have all these opinions and cares and precognitions about trans people. And the trade-off is a few activists got to be very, very popular, make a lot of money, and ruin it for everyone else. As far as I can tell, as far as I've heard from the people I know who are trans, after 2015, things got worse, not better, because they got so much daylight put upon them in the most negative way possible without any care or concern for what the consequences would be. It's just sad. And that's not the way it should be, not in America. What is this? Gracie says, put Rodman, Dennis Rodman. See, I know Dennis Rodman's name. I don't know basketball. I mean, I know Michael Jordan, of course. I've heard of Dennis Rodman. I've seen his picture. Put him in the WNBA. And nothing against Rodman. He is actually one of my favorite all-time players. I know nothing about how Rodman played. All I know is he's a crazy guy, and he used to play basketball, and he played with Michael Jordan. So I will take your word, Gracie, on anything and everything about basketball players because I have no clue whatsoever. Because I don't care about basketball. Bronner says, the WNBA will become MTV. No women in women's basketball and no music on music television. Sadly, it is going in that direction. Danny says, this is what's going on with the WNBA is exactly why a lot of trans people advocate against self-ID. Personally, let's see. Logic says, personally, I go with trans women are trans women. I have been a man for a long time, not pretending to be a woman, being a trans woman. It's pretty simple. You know, just be who you are. Stop trying to be someone else or to force. The problem is when it requires that everyone else has to conform to you. And it doesn't matter why they're conforming, but if you're forcing others to conform to your will, you will get pushback and it will be a problem. And that's where the issue is, really. But okay. Rodman does drag? Okay, I didn't know that. All right. So let's talk about the DSA. Let's talk about the Democratic Socialists of America. Let's talk about the 2026 midterm election. Because I think all of this that's going on is funneling into 2026. And both parties, right and left, are trying to figure out a way to make this turn into their advantage. And you've got now a third party if you're talking about Tucker Carlson, he's trying to create a third party that's going to take advantage of whatever the result of all this is to be able to get a candidate in 2028 and to push towards a different and I think inferior new direction. Okay, fair enough. What's happening here? If it weren't for the Democratic Socialists of America, Democrats would win the 2026 midterm election. And that is not a surprise. Historically, Democrats are supposed to win the midterm elections because normally the midterm election goes to the opposite party than the president. That is historically what tends to happen. Mind you, that flip is not major. It's not huge, but it does flip sides. So if you get a Democrat in, then in the midterm, Republicans tend to win. If you have a Republican as president, then Democrats tend to win. Not by a big margin, not a huge thing, but there is a change. And that is historically what tends to happen. And that would normally happen in this case. Now, the biggest thing that changed about that, some people will say, well, it's because of Donald Trump. No, it's not. That's meaningless. That's stupid. Donald Trump is controversial. So is every president. Every president has been controversial. And pretty much extremely controversial. Every president, every time. And they always will be, because they're one person in charge of the entire country in terms of the executive branch, and everyone thinks they're wrong at least part of the time. Everyone. So, yeah, that's always contentious. That's not new. And hating Orange Man bad, well, people hated Obama. People hate Biden. They hated Carter. They hated Reagan. They hated Bush, both of them. They hated Clinton. Name a president that wasn't hated by a huge segment of the news media. Doesn't exist, at least not in my lifetime. And I think even before that. So that being said, we have to look at the DSA. What is changing? And it isn't the war. America's had many wars before. We've had 20-year wars. Most recently, Iraq and over in Afghanistan are just two of the most recent wars. We had Vietnam and we had Korea. We've had World War II. We've had a lot of wars. We've had a lot of presidents. We've had a lot of midterm elections. And we're used to it. Believe it or not, we're used to it as a nation. It's not shocking like it was during the Vietnam War. It's not, or the Korean War. It's not something that, because we get the body count in, that changes the way that the election's going to go. Unless we have a couple thousand dead, and unless those couple thousand dead happen just before the election, it's not going to change the election, because it's not new. We've done this before. We've seen this rodeo. 5 dead here, 10 dead here, maybe 100 dead over here. We've seen that number. We've seen that video. We've done this dance before. It's not shocking anyone. And as much as people say, but they don't like the war. Who likes war? No one likes war. And I know there's lots of people on the left. No, the right loves the war. No, they don't. No, they don't. You know what people love? You know what businesses love? They love people preparing for war. That's what makes money. If you want to make money and you can make weapons, you don't want people actually fighting. People actually fighting is bad for business. Oh, you say, but Mike, why is it bad for business? They got to buy more and more bullets. They got to buy more and more bombs. Yeah, and there's fewer and fewer people who can actually use those bullets, use those bombs, or even make those bullets and bombs. That takes men to do that. Sometimes women, mostly men, to make the bombs, to make the bullets, to ship them, to be able to fight with the bombs, with the bullets. That takes men. And guess what? That's a resource that you don't replace overnight. You can't smelt a new man. You can't go out and chop down a new man. No, you've got to birth a new man. And by the way, when we have a society that is so anti-man that women don't want to get married, they don't want to give birth, they don't want to get pregnant, guess what? You're having fewer and fewer men. It is against the best interest of most businesses for a war to exist. It is better for everyone to be forever constantly ramping up to get into a war. It is less costly. It is less difficult because yes, you lose your main resource. That's people. And if you lose the people, that hurts the economy, which hurts the profits of the business. It's also, war is inflationary, which means that you have less money. The money that you have as a business is worth less, and you have to do more work to make more profits that are actually worthwhile. It is better for you to have lower inflation and be able to make the same money because the money will be worth more. It is in your best interest. So you don't actually want war. You want people prepping. You want to make sure that they're going to buy 15 helicopters because the other guy bought 10 helicopters. You want to make sure that they're going to buy 3 new submarines because that guy is developing 1 new submarine. You want that arms race to go on forever without anyone ever firing a bullet. Because the moment that they start using the weapons, everything gets too expensive. And the profit disappears. Disappears. The moment people start fighting, they disappear. And that's something the left doesn't really talk about because they want you to think, well, every corporation's greedy and evil. That's stupid. Yeah, that's the same thing as saying that every Democrat is a liar and they're taking bribes. Because Bob Menendez, he took bribes. A bunch of Democrats have taken bribes and we've caught them. So they all must be liars and greedy, right? And every Democrat will tell you, no, that's not true. Well, same thing about businesses. That's just silly. That's simplistic. That's sophomoric. That's something that I would expect a kid in elementary school to say because it's just not true. So that's not changing the election. If the only thing that was going on is Iran, essentially Democrats would still barely win the midterm election because that's historically what would happen. And everyone's used to war. And unless the number of American soldiers dying was exorbitant, it would have to be well over 1,000 dying and dying in large numbers very close to the election. If that's not happening, that's not changing the election and the results in the election. It just isn't. That's just a reality. So the war is not the factor. What's changing this election? And how is it changing it? Well, the answer of how is it changing it is Republicans are winning. Republicans are winning. I've gone over this before, but I'm going to go over it a little bit more because I don't think people understand why Republicans are winning. And Republicans at this moment in the House are winning by at least 3, possibly 5 seats. That means at a minimum, the House of Representatives, Republicans will win that by 221 seats at the minimum. And it is likely to be much higher. But I will say definitively 221 at the minimum, could be as high as 235. Just so you have an understanding of it. And in the Senate, we now have it is absolutely solid. It is absolutely confirmed that you're going to see Republicans win 51 seats, possibly as much as 53, but definitely, absolutely the Republicans will remain in control of the Senate with at least 51 seats out of 100. It's a fact. That's locked. It's done. So now we know what the result is. We know what the consequence is going to be. How do we get here? Because of the Democratic Socialists of America. The DSA has screwed the Democrats and themselves, and they are screwing themselves for the future as well. And they think they are winning. They think that this is a good thing. And the only way this can win is if our kids in the future are completely brain dead. That's the only way this will work. Because in any other formula, in any other mathematical arrangement, the DSA will lose, socialists will lose, America will win. Although there may be bumps in the road, and that can be problematic. Let's stick with 2026 for the moment. In 2026, this is Bill Maher. I want you to hear Bill Maher for a second, because this is important.
This unity group is in ascendance, and I must take them at their word when their words include our commitment is to the long-term struggle for a fully liberated, classless society, in a word, communism.
Because the DSA are communists. There is no difference. I've said this many times. Socialism is the prerequisite for communism. If you are a socialist, you are a communist. Because socialism always must, it is a requirement so that you can get communism. You cannot get communism without socialism. You must have socialism first. And so if you are a socialist, you're just waiting to become a communist. You are a communist in waiting. You're in preparation. And the DSA, they know that. They acknowledge that. They don't like acknowledging it publicly, but if you ask them, they will tell you because they are, in fact, communists. Ultimately. And that's important to understand because that means that there is a fundamental lie and flaw in the DSA on what they are presenting to the public, because they keep saying they're socialists and they're just Democrats. They're just like any other Democrat. They're lying to you because they have to. Because if they told you the truth, they would have no support. Just as the Democratic Socialists in 2010, in 2000, in 1995, going all the way back up until the end of the McCarthy, or at least the beginning of the McCarthy era, Democrats, the communists, had no power whatsoever. None. And they shouldn't. Let's hear what else. Bill Maher. He's the left. It's not me, Mr. Right Wing saying this. This is Bill Maher, a absolute liberal leftist.
What do they have to do? Tweet out, elect more communists? Oh, yeah, Sia Weaver did that.
Yes, they did that. They did. The DSA, members of the DSA, have been actively saying, no, you need more communism in your life. Communism, which is antithetical to America, that is poison to the economic system, to our governance, to our freedoms, our liberties, antithetical to all of that. And they're like, no, but you need this. By the way, every single time that you hear the socialists say, oh my God, you need more communism, more socialism, these are rich, usually white, affluent, educated individuals, often from some other country. And they're telling you that you need more socialism in your life as they lead a life you will never lead. That includes Bernie Sanders, that includes AOC, that includes Mandami. It goes down the line. But look at this. And now look at the reaction of this.
Yes.
I'll play it again. Listen for the
Sia
reaction.
Weaver did that. Yes.
They're audibly, the audience of Bill Maher are audibly gasping at finding out that Sia Weaver, one of the top lieutenants of Zoran Mandami, was actually tweeting out, elect communists, that they are all in on communism. They freaked out about this. So did Bill Maher for his part as well. Look, I got to ask, let me make it simpler. Let me just ask people who are Democrats that are watching this, or if you know any Democrat out there, let me ask you this, all right? Here is, this is the Wisconsin governor or candidate, Democratic candidate for governor. And she, Francesca Hong, she is a Democratic socialist. She hates Thanksgiving. That's what she told you at first. She wants to destroy the police department. She wants to destroy prisons. She wants open borders. She wants you to be defenseless so that you cannot protect yourself. You don't have a right to a gun, even though the prisoners, well, they don't have any prisons anymore, so they can roam around and break the law, and there are no police to stop them from breaking the law, and there's no police or border patrol to stop illegal aliens from coming in and breaking the law. And you don't get to pray to God. She doesn't believe in Christmas or Thanksgiving or New Year's. You don't get any of that. Now, mind you, after she gets the Democratic nomination, now she turns around and says, oh, but that's not true. I don't believe that. I changed my mind. Just in time to get a paycheck from you. Just in time to get a vote from you. Everything changed. And this is a pattern you will see over and over and over on every single Democrat socialist that is running for an elected office. They will tell you up front, they will tell you the truth until they think it's important because they need to win an election. Then they will flip and they will lie to your face. And they will tell you anything and everything that will make you feel like, oh, they're safe, they're nice, they've changed their everything in their life, until you give them power. And the second you give them power, they go back to what they originally were, what they promised and what they told you they were going to be. And they abuse the hell out of you. We see that most prominently in the example of Zoran Mandami, who, if you were listening to him, like when he did his interview with Larry Sharpe 4 years ago, this man was a straight up communist, and he had no pity at all. During 2024, he's out on the campaign trail telling you how much of a moderate he was, that he loved everyone equally. He loved Jews. He loves Puerto Ricans. He wants everyone to do well. He's going to save everyone money. You're going to get rainbows and unicorns and candy like you've never gotten that before. No one will have to pay taxes except for the evil rich people that you never get to see anyway. And we're going to punish them. Then came the reality. And Zoran Mandami, he doesn't like Jewish people. And he's made it very clear. He loves to, and he is actively trying to talk with and have conversations with people that we are actively fighting a war against. And he's trying to invite them into our country to have a nice little tea time with them. That seems like a totally reasonable idea. He doesn't like Puerto Ricans. Abandon them when this is traditionally something that the mayor usually goes to, is the Puerto Rican Day Parade. He abandoned it. Didn't care. Had better things to do with his time. Abandoned the Israeli Day Parade. Normally also something that mayors would go to. Completely abandoned it. Didn't care. Abandoned America on the 250th birthday of America because he doesn't like America. Oh yeah, he made a speech on July 3rd, not July 4th. He made a speech on July 3rd dissing America, telling everyone how horrible America was and what a miracle it was that we made it 250 years after starting off as such evil bastards. That's what he said on July 3rd, and said nothing and showed up nowhere on July 4th. He did not celebrate America at all. And in fact, made it harder for Americans to celebrate the American 250th birthday. He actually blocked off Times Square. He actually said, you can't celebrate the birthday, because he didn't want to, because he doesn't like America. And we have changed rule and law over and over again. These are just the top of the list. And you know these examples. He lied. He changed. He was being a chameleon because he wanted power. And we see this with every single DSA. Okay, and what do we see? This is coming from the Wisconsin Public Radio. Public radio stations tend to be left-leaning. NPR, ring a bell for anyone? Left-leaning. This is the Wisconsin Public Radio. And the Wisconsin Public Radio starts their article with Hong, the candidate for governor, backtracks from past social media statements. She has deleted her previous statements. Not that she has refuted, not only did she refute them after the fact, she deleted them so that you can't see what she said. You can't see the truth of her life. She got rid of it so that you don't know. So you have to believe her. You have to trust her today. I changed. That wasn't true. They're just being right-wing lunatics. They're just being mean. No, we're being honest. We're reporting what you said. You're being duplicitous. And because she's duplicitous, she shouldn't be elected. This is also part of the reason why everyone on the Democratic Party, they've abandoned her. Because she is obviously just lying to everyone's face. But she's a Democratic candidate. Isn't that wonderful? Let's take a look at another DSA candidate. And then I'm going to tell you why this is going to change the 2026 election. Abdul El Sayed. What a wonderful name. Sounds as American as Johnny and Appleseed. Doesn't it? Just rings in your mind. God, I can imagine the 1950s, the guys with the slick back hair named Abdul. Don't you? Isn't that a fond memory of the 1970s? I can remember the Happy Days episode when they're all around El Sayed. You don't remember any of that? Yeah, neither do I. No one does, because it's not real. It's a lie. Abdul El Sayed urged mass release of prisoners and touted decarceration. In other words, open the prisons. Decarceration. Open the prisons as a policy in bizarre webinar where he chatted up murderers and rapists. Gee, that kind of sounds like the candidate in Wisconsin hung. Destroy the prisons. Open the doors. Let the prisoners out. Let them come to your house. Let them come and continue to attack you. Get rid of the police. No one's there to protect you. But the government's there to protect you. But it won't be protecting you. That's not going to happen. This is what they are saying. By the way, the guy now says, nope, I don't believe in any of that. That's not what's going to happen. I believe in the police. I believe in having prisons. That's what he says now, after and only after he has gotten the nomination. Now that he is the Senate candidate, he has denounced Hassan Piker. He wouldn't do it beforehand. He had the opportunity earlier this year when asked by the mainstream left-leaning news media, does he denounce Hassan Piker, a man who hates America, who believes that 9/11 was deserved? Hassan Piker said Americans deserved 9/11, that thousands of Americans deserved to die because Hassan Piker is a socialist and hates America. And El Sayed is his buddy. They hang out together. They campaign together. And once Sayed was able to get the Senate nomination, then and only then did he turn around and say, well, Hassan is he's just out there and I don't agree with him and I'm not going out to, he denounced him essentially. Said, I'm not going to campaign with Hassan Piker, someone who is despised by a large group of the online game playing and internet media, hugely despised. And he only gave him up because he needs votes from moderates and he needs votes from Republicans. And Republicans don't like Hassan Piker. Moderates don't like Hassan Piker because moderates and Republicans are Americans and they like America. And Hassan Piker and the Democrats hate America. Hassan Piker likes Cuba. Hassan Piker dresses up as Mao. He likes China and Chinese communism. He's like Jose Vega. They love China. They love Chinese Communist Party. I don't know why Jose Vega loves that. Makes no sense to me. It's a stupid idea. But him and Hassan Piker, they love the Chinese government. And the Chinese government has invited Hassan Piker and also Jose Vega to take government-sponsored trips, which amazingly look fantastic. Propaganda trips. And El Sayed supported, and by the way, El Sayed is this guy here in the lower right-hand corner. That's El Sayed, who is perfectly fine with all of this. He supported all of this up until the day he needed your vote, up until the day he needs your money. Then he's willing to say anything and everything different, whatever it takes. And if you think I'm kidding, here it is from Politico. Came out today. And they said, El Sayed disavows Hassan Piker on his 9/11 comments. Okay, so Politico earlier this year was on with Meet the Press. El Sayed was asked, do you support or do you disavow Hassan Piker? He said no. Now, only after he has won, only now when he needs the votes of non-DSA members, now that he needs the general public, he has a new story. Now he's willing to say anything to get power. This is how the DSA lies to you. This is how the DSA makes money. Let me go to another way of looking at this. This is another story from Abdul El Sayed. These are his words. I want you to hear this for a second, okay, folks? Just check this out with me.
Just to be very clear, you're describing this trade-off. You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
Before he says anything else, so the question at hand to Abdul El Sayed, the member of the DSA, is you are going to increase taxes on everyone. The poor will pay more in taxes for his health care scheme. That's what she just said. This is Meet the Press. This is NBC News. This is not the left. This is not the right wing. This has got nothing to do with Republicans, nothing to do with conservatives. These are the left asking the DSA where they stand. So you can't tell me, well, Mike, this is biased, that this is something else. I want you to be aware of how far the left is and how much they will lie to your face. So he's been given the question, will you raise the taxes on the poor? This should be very easy to answer.
I'm saying that we'd be paying for healthcare in a different way.
Paying for healthcare in a different, how do you pay for healthcare in a different way? You pay for it with cash. You pay for it in your bills. You pay for it in your taxes. There is no other way. You don't have another way to pay the taxes. You're paying for it. He just said yes. He just said yes. The poor will be paying taxes on top of the rich. He's just going to tax everybody, especially the poor.
Instead of paying a health insurance company whose CEO makes $20 million, I would much rather pay for durable health care into a government.
Screw you. I mean this, El Sayed. I am speaking to you, Mr. El Sayed, Abdul El Sayed. You don't want to pay a private business. I do. You, Mr. El Sayed, want to pay a government. Government screws up everything. Government is efficient at nothing. Government doesn't know how to run healthcare. Private businesses do. And if I think that a private business has done a bad job, I can get a different private business. I can't get a different government. So, Mr. El Sayed, you are an idiot. You want me to pay the government instead of paying a private business. And you're telling me that that's entirely different than paying an extra tax. You want me to pay a tax. And you think the thing that will make me happy about spending more money that you promised I wouldn't have to do, so you lied. So you lied, Abdul El Sayed. You lied because you're now going to impose a new tax on the people that wasn't existing before, that you promised wouldn't be existing in the first place. And now you're saying, but it's okay because it's going to go to the government that is inefficient and causes the problems in the first place instead of going to a private business. Their problem isn't who's getting paid. Their problem is that they have to pay someone that you told them they wouldn't have to pay. You told them if they vote for you, healthcare would be free for poor people. And now you are admitting to NBC that is a lie, that is mathematically impossible. You are a liar again, doing anything to try and confuse the public to get power. You will disavow your friend. You will lie about your political positions. And here you are making it up on the fly because you don't want to say the simple word, yes. Yes, you are going to tax everyone, including the poor, because you don't care. Because it doesn't matter to you. Because you're a socialist, and that means everyone pays if anyone pays. Because it's socialism. Socialism isn't just against the rich, it's against everyone. Okay, let's go on. Let's see what else he has to say here.
Government, which, of course, we all know provides health care for seniors who need health care the most. So if I'm paying a CEO...
Wait a minute. You trust the way that the government takes care of the health care of our veterans and our old people? Have you seen how poorly the government takes care of our old, our elderly, and our veterans? It is a complete and absolute farce. And you want that for everyone? You're evil. That's vicious.
to make more money or paying government to guarantee me health care, I'm picking the latter every time.
Why would you want government involved? Again, government fails at everything it does. There's only two things that government does well: fight wars, collect taxes. That's it. And it's not efficient at either of those two things either. And you want more government? This is ridiculous. And I want you to understand, these are the things that are making people go, I can't vote for a Democratic Socialist. These are the Democrats. And they are lying to people's faces, obviously, consistently on the same thing. The one thing that every Democrat can be sure of is that their Democratic candidate, that would be Daraliza Chevalier in the New York 13th District, El Sayed, who's running for the Senate. We're talking about, what's her name? Hong, running for governor. They are all lying about now where they stand. They don't like Thanksgiving. They don't like holidays. They don't believe in holidays. They don't believe in having police officers. They don't believe in having a Senate. They don't believe in having a presidency or a Supreme Court. They want power over everything. And anything that doesn't give them more power, they will destroy. The average American, even the average Democrat, will not agree with that, do not want that. And the only way that you can get their support is to lie to them. And that's why Democrats are losing badly. Graham Plattner was all about this world, and he lied through his teeth. And because of that, now the new guy replacing Graham Plattner can't get any traction either, because the people in Maine have given up on that and said, you guys are liars, that the Democratic Socialists have invaded, and I can't trust any of you. The Republican is obviously better. Why? Because he's not lying on everything. He may be lying, he may be stupid, he may be bad, but he's not lying on everything. And the DSA is. This is why you're going to see it. And you got people even like with Mandami. Mandami-backed White House candidate deletes their post calling to abolish police. Do you notice this is Daraliza Chevalier running for the New York 13th District? She's an insane woman. And notice, what do? Every single one of them, once they make it through the primary, they delete their past. They lie. They lie about where they stand, and they delete the past so you can't say anything. So that if you say, oh, but you said, you wrote this down, they get to say, no, you're just an evil right-wing MAGA. It's not true. It has no basis in anything, but it's the distraction that they can use. And everyone is catching them on these lies. Everyone is finding out that they are lying about these things. It is not a surprise. Here it is. This is yet another news agency. This is coming from the Washington Times. And according to the Washington Times, the Democratic Socialists of America's new platform calls for abolishing ICE, and they want to abolish the U.S. Senate. By the way, there's also the comments that come from AOC herself, where AOC is talking about the fact that she is also lying about where she stands on all of this. I'm telling you, folks, this is insane. Now, because the lies are so obvious, the flip-flops are so in your face, because it is so unbelievable to see these people suddenly say, no, I'm just like you. I'm just a regular person. I'm just like as moderate as everyone else, is such a blatant, absolute lie. The entire Democratic Party is losing. And that's why they will lose the 2026 midterm elections. It's not because of Donald Trump. It's not because of the economy. It's not because of the war. None of that is going to have the impact. It's because the DSA have control of the Democratic Party, and they are lying to everyone's face at every turn, and it is obvious, and it is blatant, and it is unbelievable. That's why they're going to lose. And that's why they're going to lose at least 3. They're going to have a loss of at least 3. The Republicans will get 221 at the minimum, and I'm expecting as much as up to 235. Okay. So I took a little time with that to go through to give you several examples of these DSA candidates across the country, multiple states, and they're all lying on the same exact issue, state after state, because this is what the core values of the DSA are. So no matter which state you're going, talking about a man or a woman, different ethnic backgrounds, different histories, and they all wind up in the same end spot every single time. Because the DSA is about destroying America. And this is why they lose. This is why they will lose. And this will hurt Democrats for a decade or more. They're going to lose 2028 because of this. They are going to lose significantly. Now, if you think I'm wrong, I'm willing to hear it. Now, I can see we start off this section and we can see Lunatic Libertarian says Francesca Hong is insane. She is. She absolutely is. He goes on to say, Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay are all Democratic urban hubs and population centers. Madison Autonomous Zone was another freak show. Yes, it was. It was one of 22 different autonomous zones in America. All of the autonomous zones in America, these are areas that were created where they kidnapped several blocks of cities, and they broke every local, state, and federal law, holding people hostage in their homes because the leftists wanted to, because the leftists didn't like the laws. And there were 22 of these across this nation. And in almost every single one of these autonomous zones, someone died, usually a child. Like in Atlanta, an 8-year-old died. In San Francisco, not San Francisco. It was the CHOP, Seattle. The Capitol Hill in Seattle. There were 2, 14-year-old and a 16-year-old died. Indianapolis, a mom was killed. A mom of a 1-year-old child was killed. She was 24, as a matter of fact. Yeah, we saw this across the country. The autonomous zones, each and every one of them, were controlled and connected to the Democratic Socialists of America, and each and every one of them were hyper-violent, and people died, and they all failed. And they're all hyper-illegal. And people are finding this stuff out. Let's see. So Bronner has something to say about that. He goes, government can't efficiently deliver the mail, but Lysander Spooner was the idiot for offering a market solution that worked. Father of 3-cent stamp sued out of existence by government. I don't know about Lysander Spooner. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I know you love Lysander Spooner because he's some kind of anarchist, whatever, or something or other, but really not important. Bronner says, as a side note, you haven't walked Khan. I hope he's feeling better. Khan is, no, he's not feeling better. It's because it's 91 degrees still and very humid. And so in this temperature, normally we would have stopped in the middle of the show and we would have taken a break. He's asleep. He's been sleeping basically right after lunch. He goes to sleep and he doesn't wake up until 8, 9 o'clock. And that's when I take him for another walk. So it's been difficult for him. So he's just been asleep. That's why. If he had actually woken up, I would have actually taken him on a walk right now, but no. So he's not sick. He's just asleep. Now, I've posed all these questions to you guys so that you can see that I think the biggest problem to America isn't Tucker Carlson's third party. It's not the ambition of AOC. It's that we have this subversive group called the Democratic Socialists of America, whose entire goal is to destroy the Constitution, to destroy America, and to rebuild it based on their feelings into something they think will be better, that has never existed on the face of the earth, that has never worked on the face of the earth, and is absolutely based on complete lies. The only way they get there is they have to lie to everyone all the time, consistently. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. But can you see why I say that Republicans are going to win by 3? Mind you, it's still up to Republicans. They still got to show up. They still got to vote. It's not impossible that there could be, I don't know, we could break out into a ground war in Iran tomorrow, and that would change things. That would in fact change it, mostly because we would actually hit the threshold of enough people dying in enough numbers that would affect the election. As I said, it's not just that we would die. It's not just that we would land. It's that we would lose enough people in the fighting that we would hit the threshold of numbers that I was talking about that would affect the election. But up until then, no. Okay, so that is possible. We could see something, I don't know, Donald Trump could have a stroke, something unprecedented like that could happen. It's unlikely. I don't believe it. One of these lunatic leftists could be successful in finally trying to assassinate someone in the Trump administration. That could happen. I don't see it happening, but it could. These would change the outcomes that I've talked about. But outside of the extreme, abnormal, unusual things that could possibly happen, looking at the baseline, the normality of the world and where we stand right now, there is virtually nothing that Democrats can do unless they were to somehow kick out the entire DSA from the Democratic Party, which means they would lose 21% of all the people in their party. They would lose all of their money. Matter of fact, they don't have money. They're losing money. Democrats are $15 million in debt. They would lose all of their college students, which is the future money for the Democratic Party. They'd lose it all. And that's why they won't give up the Democratic Party, the DSA. The DSA, they will never give up because they need that lifeline to the next generation of indoctrinated leftists. And that's what the DSA is, because the DSA is directly connected to the colleges. And they're directly connected to the indoctrination at those colleges. So they need them. And the DSA needs the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party actually has an infrastructure, what the DSA doesn't have. And the Democratic Party have actual successful people who donate to them, which the DSA doesn't have. There are no billionaires that are members of the DSA, that are socialists, that donate to them. The closest thing they have is George Soros, and he doesn't even donate consistently to them. So that kind of tells you a little bit about that. Let me go to some of the other comments here. Bronner wants me to care about Spooner. Not going to happen. Jager Boy is like this too, Mike. He's young and healthy, but not liking this heat. Oh, that's your dog. Oh, Jager Boy is your dog. Yeah, it's the heat. It's the humidity more than anything else. All right. Serious question from Hal. Hal says, this is serious copium. Really, Hal? You think so? Republicans need a miracle to turn around the economy. The economy is not that bad. It is, in fact, it is an absolute fact that the economy, inflation's 3.5%. Maybe it goes to 4%. It's less than under the Biden administration. We don't even have as much inflation as the Biden administration. So, yeah, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's a perfect economy. It's not. But it's nowhere near as bad as you want to make it out to be, as much as the left would like to make it out to be. That's why unemployment is going down. That's why inflation is holding steady. It's just not that bad. It's just not. It just didn't improve from under the Biden administration. So there's that. You're wrong about the economy. To have a chance in the mayor, they could possibly hold the Senate. No, they will absolutely hold the Senate. You won't get the Senate. You're not going to see El Sayed win. You're not going to see Graham Plattner's replacement win. You're not going to see Democrats gain anything. Republicans will maintain 51 seats in the Senate. That's a fact. That's just not even disputable. And as for the House, you know what? I'll show you an easy way. If you want to see how you can get easy math, I'll show you the easiest way to prove where the market's going to go, where everything's going to go. Okay. And a lot of people, well, they have different opinions about this, but here it is. Okay. So this is a channel. This is called the Cook Report. Okay. The Cook Report. This is all inside baseball. This is the political pundit. This is what we look at. Average real people don't look at these kind of things. But, and this is just the basic Cook Report. This is a report that tells us where the trend is going. One of many sources that tells us where is the trend going in politics on any given race, any given state, things like that. So this is for the House of Representatives. And according to the Cook Report, now there is a total to maintain the majority, the control over the House of Representatives is 218 seats. Whichever party gets to 218 seats first, they have control of the Senate, of the House of Representatives. And normally, if you break 218, you usually break it by a couple more. So in my case, I keep telling you it's going to be somewhere around 221. Well, that would be 218 plus 3. That's why when you hear people say it'll be plus 3, plus 5, plus 15, they're talking about that's on top of the 218 required seats to be able to have control of the House. So if you're plus 3, that means you're at 221. You have 218 plus the 3, okay? Just to make sure that everyone's on the same page about this understanding. Now, as you can see right now, currently, and we have people going up for their election right now, we have 185 people done. They are Republican. They will win. There would have to be a miracle from God for the 105 Republicans and the 184 Democrats for them not to win. All right. It would take a miracle from God for those not to win. They're called solid Democrats, solid Republicans. These are races that are done. It's already figured out. Doesn't matter what anyone thinks. No one cares. It's over. The race is over. You've probably heard of none of these candidates because it's a one-sided race. It's done. Many of them aren't even contested. Okay. Then the next group are the likely. That's people who you may have heard about them. They may have a challenger, but it's kind of like, as an example, it's Richie Torres in the New York 15th district going up against Jose Vega, who is a DSA socialist progressive going against Richie Torres. Richie Torres is going to destroy Jose Vega. In fact, in the Democratic primary, Jose Vega got 5%, and Richie Torres got 85% of the vote. It was a decimation. So that would be a likely Democrat. The New York 15th would be a likely Democrat seat. It would destroy almost any opposition, but opposition does exist. Fair enough. Next would be lean. That means they're probably going to be Republican or probably are going to be Democrat, And when there's going to be some competition, but it tends to be Republican or tends to be Democrat. Okay. And the toss up is anyone's race. Nobody knows. 18. So 185 plus 18, 195. That's going to be 198 plus 9. Okay. So that's 195. That's 203. So we have the solid Republicans at 185 plus 18. That puts us at 203 seats. Okay. Those leaning Republican, count all 9. Well, we were already at 203. That puts us at 212. 212. Remember, you need 218 and you have control. There are 18 seats up for grabs. 1/3. All the Republicans need are 1/3 of the toss-up races. 1/3, and they will get more than 1/3 of those races. And you see that Republicans win the House. They have better odds, and they are closer to winning the control of the House than Democrats are. Democrats have a harder path and need far more votes, and they need to convince far more people to get into to win their races than Republicans need. This is almost in the bag. The smartest way, the safest way, is to say that the toss-up is really where the race is, and you split that in half by 9. And if you did that, well, then you would see that the Republicans would win even bigger than what I am describing to you. That's if you just go by the most generic, most simple, most basic way of trying to figure out which side is winning, which side is losing. This is the most basic, most simple, and consistent way of getting an answer. So you want to tell me, oh, Mike, you just don't know. Yeah, I do. Veronica goes, I have to bow. Okay, I know people don't always have to stay, but that's all right. Pithy? Really? Really, Hal? What's the matter, Hal? Is it too hot for you? Are you feeling bad today? Did you not eat something, or did you eat something bad? I don't understand. You're kind of... Anyway, but the fact is, Democrats are going to lose. I know Democrats hate this. The left hate this. They want to convince everyone that they're going to win. They want you to think Orange Man bad, MAGA bad, that Republicans are bad, and they're going to be swept away, and they're going to be decimated, and they're going to be destroyed, and it's just not true. And the competition that could have been there is being destroyed because Democratic Socialists are directly connected to the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Socialists turn voters away. They turn Democrat voters away. They turn the public away. If you are not a hardcore leftist progressive socialist, you don't vote DSA. Now, in the primary, that's fine because you have 10 to 15% of the actual number of voters, which tend to be the most hardcore, dedicated people that actually show up and vote. And the DSA do fantastic in that kind of very limited, very small scale election. But the moment that those members have to go to the general public and ask for their vote, they have to lie. They have to hide and erase their history. They have to hide everything they have ever said, everything they have ever done, because they know it will piss off the general voter. They have to try and make up news stories and try to be believable, lying in people's faces, and they can't do it. And they are going to lose. So Democrats will lose. You don't have to like it, Hal. It's just the truth. It's just a fact. And there's a lot of different ways of looking at it. You can just add up all of the Democratic Socialists, work out which ones are going to fail, look at how the negative stories take down the entire state and make Democrats less likely to vote in each of the states that we see these stories about these democratic socialists, and you will see. You're going to lose. But the war, not a factor. It's not the first time we've had a war, not the first time we've had a war during an election. It's not going to make a difference. Oh my, but the economy isn't nearly as bad as people want you to believe. And if you actually look at the data, it looks worse. It feels worse than it is because everyone's telling you it's worse than it is. So they're pushing you to, oh, no, it's horrible. It's the worst experience you've ever had, but it's really not. It's really not. Again, doesn't mean it's perfect. Doesn't mean it's great. It's just not as bad as you think it is. It isn't as bad as they are telling you it must be. The numbers don't back it up. It's just not real. What else? Oh, Orange Man bad, but he won. And he won with 77 million. Oh, but what about what about the ICE and mass deportations? 77% of Americans wanted that, and still 52% of Americans still want mass deportations. That hasn't changed. Well, Donald Trump isn't very well approved. He's not on the ticket. Donald Trump isn't running against anyone. Donald Trump isn't on a single ballot in America. He's not in the races. As much as Democrats want people to think that they're running against, each and every Democrat is running against Donald Trump, none of them are. Not one. So it's not a factor. And at the end of the day, as much as they want to convince the general public that this is a race against Donald Trump, it's not. Donald Trump isn't running for your local city election. He's not trying to be mayor of your city. He's not trying to be on your school board. He doesn't care. That's not his job. He's the president. He's above all that. It's just the truth. And as people recognize that and they wake up and they see the lies that are being fed to them, the more they go, why am I going to vote for people who lie to me? Consistently lie to you. That's what's going to cost the Democrats. That's my opinion. People may disagree. That's okay. By the way, folks, that was my entire show. 5 hours, 12 minutes or so that we've gone through. And I appreciate that a lot of you stayed with me. You've gone in and out on the audience, back and forth, and I appreciate that. And I thank each and every one of you guys who did decide to stick in. Whether you agree or disagree, that's perfectly fine. You know what? I'm okay with that because you're my audience. You don't have to agree with me 100% of the time, every time. We can have a disagreement. We can have a conversation, and we have. And I hope that you found at least part of this to be interesting. If you did, please help us to get to 5,000 subscribers. Hit the subscribe button. That's it. Whatever platform you're on, whether you're on Instagram or Rumble, you're on X or on Facebook or YouTube, wherever you find us, just hit that subscribe button, wherever it is. Help us get to 5,000 subscribers so that we can get, and now, again, I said it last week, I'll say it again. I want to get to 5,000 subscribers so I can get a sponsor for the channel so I can schmooze that sponsor to give money to the homeless, to Jericho Project. That's why I want to get to 5,000 subscribers. It doesn't hurt me in terms of money, by the way. I want to get paid because it costs money to do this. I lose money every year. But yeah, mostly I want to help the homeless. That is one of the goals. And that means I need a sponsor, which means I need at least 5,000 subscribers. That's what I want you to do. Try and help me get there so we can get this accomplished. We can do this together, and I know you can help. Folks, I thank you for your patience, your time. For those who agreed with me, for those that disagreed with me, I want to thank Hal from New York. I want to thank Bronner, and I want to thank, there's also Gracie, who is speaking with us, the lunatic libertarian who is speaking with us, Danny Logica, who is with us. I want to, there's a few other people who are here, Americua, who is with us, a few others. I thank you all for taking time to being part of my audience. You guys make it all worthwhile. I love you. I want you to have a great day. Get out of the heat. I'm going to get some water right now. Drink water. Stay hydrated. Guys, I will talk to you again very, very soon. And for those who are in with Larry Sharp, I will be in the audience in the chat for Larry Sharp tomorrow at 7 p.m. on the Larry Sharp channel because I love to listen to Larry Sharp talk about politics too, even though he's a libertarian. Guys, I'll talk to you again very soon.